Chapter 2386. Since he was already here, he might as well experience it, even if it was just to enjoy the food. Being accompanied by a beauty was too dreamy for teacher Xiaohu. Until now, he still felt a little guilty. But only good food could not disappoint him. Teacher Xiaohu thought that he would never walk into a restaurant of this standard, so he quickly forgot about his dating routine and focused on eating the food served by the waiter. Child Heart looked at the man in front of her with interest. His appearance was not to be underestimated, and he even gave off a feeling of ugliness. But for some reason, he seemed to have a strange temperament that made everything around him seem to fit his aura. Ugly handsome, ugly handsome? As a product manager, she often met with different types of models. Child Heart had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, but this was the first time she saw the legendary ugly handsome man. "Aren't you eating?" Teacher Xiao, who suddenly stopped eating, feeling strange. She held her spoon and looked at him silently, looking very serious. The serious female gaze made a ripple in the man's heart that should not have existed. "Actually, the food here is not as good as I thought. It's just that the environment here is better." Child Heart suddenly smiled and said, "But I don't know why, when I see you eating, I feel that the taste of the food is better." Teacher Xiao, who could not help but be stunned. Is this the cultivation and EQ of a professional woman? What a strong temptation. Speaking of which, the food here is not that ordinary, right? At least compared to what I usually eat. Why don't we change to something else? Teacher Xiao, who did not have much experience in solving female questions. The last time he did it was when he was still a student, and he got it wrong. He considered getting a 0, but only saw a 0 and gave up. "Teacher Li, are you interested in being a model?" Child Heart suddenly asked. Teacher Xiao, who was tasting the mushroom soup and could not help but choke. Model? Sorry, it seems to be too abrupt." Child Heart smiled apologetically and explained. "It's like this, our company is doing a promotion for ready-to-eat food, and we have been looking for suitable models and actors. I don't know why, but when I saw you eating, I thought of that new product." Am I suitable?" Teacher Xiao, who was surprised. Child Heart said, "Your attentiveness and attitude towards food is very rare." "It's just because it's expensive." Teacher Xiao, who laughed bitterly and shook his head. "I've never done it before. I'm afraid I can't do it. I'll have to disappoint you. If it's a problem with the door, you don't have to worry at all." Tong Xan said, "It's just shooting an advertisement. It's not a bad thing. Moreover, if the effect is good, it might even improve the image of your school's teachers and students. I believe your school won't stop it. If there are any problems, we can come forward and communicate with your school. If I remember correctly, Huiyun High School should also be under the Pingtian Corporation. We'll find a way. Just treat it as a part-time job." Tong Xian chuckled. "The filming period won't be very long. If everything goes well, we might be able to complete it in a day. Besides, we won't mistreat you in terms of remuneration. Part-time job remuneration." That was all he wanted to hear. Am I really suitable?" Teacher Xiao, who whispered, "Am I very ordinary?" Tong Xian rested her chin on her hands and looked at him. She said softly, "Didn't anyone tell you that you are actually very good-looking?" "Never, ever." Teacher Xiao, who gradually became absent-minded. "Of course, Teacher Li, you don't have to rush to answer. Maybe you should consider it," Tong Xian said calmly. "I promise you." His brain suddenly heated up and he blurted it out. Then he felt slightly regretful and nervous. It seemed that such a good thing shouldn't have fallen on his head. The room number 1307. The door was locked, but there was still a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on it. The lobby manager said that this room hadn't been cleaned today. The Shar-Pei dog Anua suddenly barked a few times in front of the door. Shimin Ka translated, "It's this room," and Anua said that there's a smell of blood inside. Surma directly used violence to enforce the law. He pressed his palm on the door, and with a burst of strength he broke the door lock. In an instant, A dark red light was imprinted in everyone's vision. The whole room was in the style of the Diablo series. Even the ambience lights were dark red. Depression and blood coexisted. In the room, there were even a lot of torture instruments, as if it was a torture room. There were even bloodstains on the walls. "This is your room?" Surma was shocked again. The manager who accompanied them wiped his cold sweat and said, "It's all fake. These torture instruments are just models. The bloodstains on the walls are also deliberately painted. It's just paint. This is a kind of theme. Nowadays, people are more playful." Surma directly waved his hand. They immediately walked into the room and stood by the bed. The bed was obviously used. There were even 4 pairs of handcuffs and shackles at the head and the end of the bed. On the wall where the head of the bed was, there was an eye-catching blood splatter. There were also pillows on the back of the bed. At this time, Surma smeared some of the blood on the wall. He rubbed it for a while and sniffed it. "Is this also paint?" The lobby manager said in a trembling voice, It's blood." Officer Ma snorted and took out his phone. "It's me. I'm sending someone to come here and seal off the entrance of the hotel. Well, we might find the crime scene of the first murder very soon. Generally speaking, the murderer will quietly return to the crime scene after committing a crime. How is it? Did you see the murderer?" Shimin Ka suddenly came over and asked jokingly. Of course, it was just a joke. The commercial street below was so crowded. How could they find an unknown murderer? While Sir Ma was calling someone, little Luo had already walked around the room and came to the window. He opened the curtain and looked out. "From here, you can see there." Little Luo pointed to the street below. Shimin Ka looked along the direction. "You mean the hairdresser that the victim went to?" Little Luo nodded and immediately said, "There are many hairdressers around here." Shimin Ka frowned in confusion. As a detective, she instinctively wouldn't miss any pieces of information that seemed to be useless at first glance. But this kind of information was really not very useful. Below was the bustling business district. Eating, drinking, and having fun was a one-stop shop. There were no less than 3 shops of the same type. This was not a strange thing. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and directly blocked the scene, and began to carefully check room 1307. "Sir Ma, we found a knife here and there is blood on it." A police came out of the washroom and said, while holding a fruit knife that had been knocked into a sealed bag, "Here are some needles and thread." Another police took out something from the drawer of the TV cabinet. At this time, Officer Ma was carefully checking some secret corners of the room, such as the flower pot, the decoration on the wall, and the vent. "Old Ma, what are you looking for?" "See if there are any pinholes that can be secretly photographed. If someone installed a pinhole, then we can solve the case directly," Sir Ma said with a shrewd look. Shimin Ka rolled her eyes, pointing at Sir Ma too, Zero's nose, and laughed. "UF asterisk king understand." Sir Ma snorted disdainfully and continued to look for his pinhole lens. Shimin Ka chuckled, squatting down and whispering to Arnold, "Go, find the source of that man's smell." After a while, the Sharpei rushed out as if it didn't want to stay in the room for a moment. This made Shimin Ka a little dumbfounded. She originally planned to use the canned meat to encourage Arnold to take out, but when she took out half of it, her hand stopped. "Damn dog, when did it become so active? Sir Ma, we found the citizen information of the victim." A police officer hurried in. When room 1307 was registered, they used the ID of the victim, which greatly reduced the difficulty of the search. Soon they got the result. A few people came forward and listened to the searching police quickly say, "The deceased is called Gu Yao, 24 years old, unemployed, but she had 2 criminal records, both of which were for illegal sex business." "Call girl?" Sir Ma frowned, rubbing his chin. The first victim was a student, and this time it's a call girl. They don't seem to be related. The police officer said, "I've asked the patrolmen in the nearby area, and they have some impression of the victim. They said she often hung around here, so this is probably her place of work." Officer Ma thought for a while and said, Guyao shouldn't be the only one who answered the call. Ask a few people to see if anyone knows her. Also, inform the families of the deceased as soon as possible. Shimin, where are you going? Shimin Ka walked out and said indifferently, I've checked here. I'll go outside and contact you later. If I find anything, I'll inform you immediately. Sir Ma thought for a while. Wait a minute. Shimin Ka frowned, puzzled. Sir Ma suddenly said, Take little Luo with you and let him learn something. Hearing that, little Luo blinked his eyes in surprise, while Shimin Ka showed a thoughtful look. But he didn't say anything, just nodded and said indifferently, Why, are you afraid that I won't follow the rules? Of course not. Sir Ma shook his head. Little Luo is a newcomer, and I want him to learn more. This kid is good, he has potential. Is there a future for a third-level great grandmaster in the police force? The director is asking if you're scared. He's the rising star of the police force. He said that he would push little Luo into the limitless martial arts competition this year and beat up Delu, Officer Ma too. Zero had an idea when he saw Xiao Luo beat up Sang Kuin and 9 Tattooed Dragon. The headquarters hadn't won the first place in the fighting competition in the 5 districts of Fire Cloud Police Circle for 6 years. Officer Ma continued to look for the pinhole lens tirelessly. The hotel manager was on the verge of tears. Ah, sir, our hotel follows the rules very well. How could we do something like secretly taking pictures of guests? Please don't look for me. If this matter is spread out, I can't do business anymore. I suspect you're doing it, but I don't have evidence. That's it. So I need evidence. The manager continued to cry. A subordinate came to old Ma's side and whispered something to him. You can't find him? Sir Ma was stunned. The officer said helplessly, We found the landlord of Gu Yao's place, but the landlord said that he was traveling in another city and couldn't come back. According to the landlord, Gu Yao doesn't seem to have parents, only a younger brother. Where's her younger brother? He's in Fire Cloud Hospital. The officer said, I heard that he was seriously injured in the extraterritorial battlefield and hasn't woken up yet. A student? Sir Ma's eyes flickered. In a bus stop on a commercial street, Arnold the Sharpei was squatting. He seemed to be a little absent-minded as he looked around blankly. Shimin Ka sensed that something was wrong, so she walked over and whispered something to Anua. Seeing little Luo walking over slowly, Shimin Ka frowned. Anua said that the smell suddenly appeared here. This is the source. Little Luo thought for a while. The criminal came here by bus, so the smell suddenly appeared here. Shimin Ka shook her head. Impossible. Anua's sense of smell is very sensitive. Even if it came here by bus, it wouldn't miss the smell along the way. Anua said that the smell suddenly appeared here, so it must be here. Little Luo thought for a while. It sounds like a spirit beast summoned by the art of spirit communication. Shimin Ka was stunned. Little Luo smiled, summoning, suddenly appearing and then disappearing, just like the art of spirit communication. It's impossible for people to go back and forth from the art of spirit communication. Shimin Ka shook her head. Maybe it's some means to cover the smell. But Anua said that there are many traces of Gu Yao's smell. Maybe we should find a breakthrough from her movements. The criminal didn't meet Gu Yao here. Maybe there's something left in the place where they met. Anua. The Sharpei rushed out like an arrow. Anua is so active today. Shimin Ka couldn't help but reveal a fatherly and gratified expression. Wherever he looked, a hair salon entered his eyes. There are many hair salons around here. Officer Luo's words suddenly flashed in his mind. Shimin Ka muttered to himself. The deceased was a call worker. She should have paid a lot of attention to her dressing. Maybe she had more than one hair salon that she was familiar with. After saying that, Shimin Ka subconsciously walked towards the hair salon. Tong Xian took off her sandals tiredly in front of the door of the apartment. She was a little surprised when she saw the shoes at the entrance. When Tong Xian walked into the living room, she saw a girl lying on the sofa. She didn't look very happy. Didn't you say that you were going to play at your classmate's home today? Why are you back so early? Tong Xian approached her sister curiously and asked, Don't mention it. I encountered something bad today. I'm so tired. The girl sighed. Sister, I think we shouldn't eat hot pot tonight. Do you want to cook? Tong Xian said angrily. The girl pretended to be obedient. Sister, you promised Mom and Dad to take good care of me. You were so happy when you wanted me. But after you got me, you pulled my acupoints mercilessly. I'm so pitiful. Tong Xian angrily chopped the girl with her hand. Bitch! Cousin is also a sister. Tong Xian said, I don't have time to talk to you. Order takeout yourself. I've just made an appointment with a model for the audition tomorrow, so I have to finish the plan tonight. Do you need help? The girl's eyes suddenly brightened. I'll serve you as a universal worker. Xia Lily, Tong Xian put her hands on her waist. What? Go and study. Don't always think about working. Tong Xian said in a low voice, I can afford your tuition. Okay. Chapter 2387. Potato chips, soda, instant noodles, sausages, paper towels, small condoms. Do you want anything? In the internet cafe, the waiter's voice passed by. In the private room, Nan Xiaonan suddenly opened the door and ordered a set of instant noodles. The computer in Xian Xing Creation was the original computer in the internet cafe. Lady Nan thought it would be safer to use her own computer to watch the videos. It was too inconvenient to do it in the shop. She didn't know whether to lock the door or not. She didn't know when the servant girl would open the door. The computer in Xian Xing Creation was named Xiaojiu. It was a computer that made itself look like a naked woman. As for why it looked like this, it was said that Xiaojiu selected it according to the information in its inventory. Okay, after all, it was a private room in the internet cafe with good soundproofing. Master, there's a result. Miss Nan, who was waiting for her instant noodles, suddenly raised her head. She saw the exposed woman on the screen open her hands and slowly open a bunch of garbled interfaces. Then she said with a blushing face, I'm sorry. Fortunately, the soundproofing was good. Can you speak human language? Lady Nan blinked, mainly because it was too hot for her eyes. In fact, she didn't understand why the products in her Xian Xing Creation had all kinds of strange habits. In the past, when she was the original Xian Xing Creation, they were all very normal and wouldn't be crooked. According to the analysis, Master, there are traces of editing in the video data you provided. 2 subtle traces of discontinuous frames have been screened out. 2. Nan Xiaonan blinked. 1 head and 1 tail. Sure enough. Can you restore the original video? No. Rubbish. Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, What's the time period of the edited video? Soon, the relevant time numbers appeared on the screen of Xiaojiu. Nan Xiaonan glanced at it and said directly, Find all the videos of the same time period from all the data. After giving the order, Nan Xiaonan concentrated on making instant noodles, sausages, and braised eggs. I wonder what's the progress on that lady's side. Before they split up, Red Boy said that he was going to find Qing Hu. Thinking of this, Nan Xiaonan gave a new order. While you're at it, check if there are any reports on Li Jianren abandoning his students and not saving them. The deceased was Wang Badan. She had a feeling that these 2 matters were somehow related. In the hair salon, there was a faint fragrance all around. Ximin Ka and little Luo were waiting for the person in charge of the hair salon, a director named Tony. I got it. Ximin Ka suddenly said. Little Luo looked at Ximin Ka curiously. Ximin Ka raised her phone and said casually, Old Ma sent me a photo of Gu Yao and some background information. He just found it. Ximin Ka handed the phone to little Luo and let him look at it himself. Because Gu Yao had been arrested twice, it was easy to find her basic information from the database of the police station. The first time she was arrested was half a year ago. Little Luo looked at it carefully, Because it was her first offense, she was detained for 3 days and then released after paying the fine. The second time was 3 months ago in an anti-prostitution operation. She was already a veteran at this time. Shimin-ka recalled the words of old Ma, so she suddenly asked, "Do you know why she came out to do this?" Little Luo said, "According to the information, she has a younger brother who is in a coma in the hospital, probably for the medical expenses." "Almost." Shimin-ka nodded with satisfaction. Here is her financial situation and monthly bank balance. About half a year ago, Guyao was still working in a logistics company. Her salary wasn't high, but it was enough to support her and her brother. Later, her brother was hospitalized, and Guyao borrowed a lot of money. She probably had a lot of debts. The first time she was caught was also half a year ago. Calculating the time, it matches. In addition, her younger brother was also a student of Hua Yun High School. Little Luo said the first victim was also a student of Hua Yun High School. Nice touch. Shimin-ka smiled slightly. When she was about to say something, teacher Tony came. He didn't have the kind of fancy hairstyle that people would expect from hairdressers. Instead, he looked like a mature and steady uncle. He was 36 years old with a model-like figure. He was the kind of man who could be loved by all women from 18 to 50. It was said that when he was young, teacher Tony used the nickname Roland to work in a club called Silver Seat, which specialized in female prostitutes. Later, he turned over a new leaf and opened this hair salon. "Are you looking for me?" Tony looked at them politely. "Is the service in our salon not good enough?" Shimin-ka just glanced at Little Luo. Little Luo was in a meeting, so she took out her work certificate and said seriously, "I have something to ask you. Is it convenient for you?" "I see." Tony was a little surprised after seeing the documents, but he didn't panic. Instead, he nodded slowly and smiled calmly. "Please come to my office. It's quieter and more suitable for talking." Like Tony, his office was tidy and comfortable. At least, it was at the level that Luo Shaluo was comfortable with. After entering the office, Shimin-ka glanced at the computer in Tony's office and asked curiously, "What's this?" On the computer screen was some kind of video editing software. On the screen, a man with messy hair was sitting on the chair nervously. "Nothing much. I'm just making some promotional videos and posting them on my shop's website." Tony smiled casually. "It's the kind of comparison between before and after the haircut. This customer has changed a lot. I think it's suitable, so I plan to use it as the material." With that said, Tony turned off the screen and sat in front of the two of them. He said seriously, "How can I help you, police officers?" Old Ma asked Shaluo to follow him, which indeed made it more convenient for him. Shimin-ka didn't reveal her identity at this time. She just showed Guyao's photo and pushed it in front of Tony. "Have you seen this girl?" "This is Miss Yao." Tony was surprised. "What happened to her?" "How do you know what happened to her?" Shimin-ka asked suddenly. Tony said, "Officer, you won't ask if there's nothing, right?" This person is very calm and composed. Shimin-ka thought to herself, then said directly, "She died today and she was cruelly killed." "How?" Tony couldn't help but open his mouth, but showed a touch of sadness. He touched the photo on the screen and said sadly, "How can there be such a cruel thing?" "You have a good relationship with Guyao?" Shimin-ka asked indifferently. Tony exhaled slowly. "I treat Miss Yao as my friend. Whenever she's unhappy, she'll share it with me. Then you should know what Guyao does, right?" Shimin-ka asked. Tony nodded. "Miss Yao worked in some bad jobs to treat her brother. But I don't look down on her because of this. On the contrary, I think she's a person worthy of respect. Fellow patients sympathize with each other." Shimin-ka suddenly sneered. Tony was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. "It seems that you already know my past." "Of course. It's not something that can't be told to others." Shimin-ka said, "Since she usually talks to you, then do you know if she has offended anyone recently? Or if she has encountered any difficulties?" Tony thought for a while and said, Miss Yao is a good person, and she's quite a kind person. But I'm not very clear about her work, and she usually won't talk about it. As for difficulties, her financial situation isn't very good. I heard that it's because there's something wrong with the hospital. What's the problem? She didn't say. Tony shook his head and said, she has a strong self-esteem, and she rarely accepts help from others. The only thing I can help her with is listening. Shimin-ka said, before the accident last night, Guyao was spending money in another hair salon. Since you said you have a good relationship with her, why didn't she come to you? Tony sighed. Actually, Miss Yao had an appointment yesterday, and I was ready to receive her. But I don't know why. She canceled the appointment at the last minute. Maybe she has a business. How do you know she has a business? Shimin-ka asked. Tony said with a bit of self-mockery, Officer, I used to be in this line. Sometimes it's not us who choose the customers, but the customers who choose us. It's not difficult to guess. It's probably an indelible intuition. Shimin-ka nodded, then suddenly looked at little Luo officer and asked, Do you have any questions? Little Luo officer thought for a while, then asked slowly, Mr. Tony, do you think Miss Yao's eyes are beautiful? Tony was stunned. So was Shimin-ka. This little Luo officer's question was a bit unreasonable, but he vaguely seemed to catch something. Miss Yao's eyes. Tony was absent-minded for a moment, looking at the dignified ID photo on the phone screen, suddenly turning on the computer screen again. After a while, Tony found a video of a hairdo on the computer. He turned the screen to little Luo officer and Shimin-ka, saying softly, I don't know what is beautiful, but in my opinion, this pair of eyes is full of hope for life. On the screen, the woman had bright eyes and white teeth, shining and moving. Shimin-ka knew that he would remember this pair of eyes for a very, very long time. He suddenly stood up and said, Thank you very much for your cooperation this time. If you can think of anything else about Miss Yao in the future, please contact me by calling this number. He wrote a number on the sticky note. My name is Shimin-ka. Sure. Tony nodded. I also hope you can catch the murderer as soon as possible. Why the eyes? After leaving the salon, Shimin-ka suddenly looked at little Luo officer and asked, Because Guyao's eyes were cut off, so you deliberately mentioned it in front of Tony. But the reason given by little Luo officer made Shimin-ka feel inconceivable. When we found Miss Yao, her eyes had been cut off and embedded in the palm. Little Luo officer shook his head. At that time it was already very murky, so I was more curious about what they originally looked like. What? Shimin-ka scratched her hair with a confused look. The young man that old Ma sent this time seems to be taking the path of romanticism. Later, Sharpei Anua came back and brought back the location where the two smells of Guyao and the criminal met. Little Luo officer and Shimin-ka quickly found the place where they met. Unfortunately, there was no police around, and it was not a parking spot. After walking around, they didn't find any passers-by who had an impression of this. It seemed to be a very simple encounter on the street. Old Ma checked the communication records of Gu Yao's mobile phone. Guess what he found? Shimin-ka suddenly said. A new clue? Shimin-ka shrugged his shoulders and said, There's a chat record between Gu Yao and that hairstylist who did her hair yesterday. It turned out that yesterday, Gu Yao didn't go to get a haircut. She really went to do business. It's just that the customer she served just happened to be that hairstylist. There is also a record of the money transfer. That guy, later on, also admitted it. Little Luo officer said, But the man in the hotel was not the hairstylist. Yes. Shimin-ka nodded. That is to say, after Gu Yao left the hairdresser's house, she immediately had business again. And the new business didn't have an appointment record. For Gu Yao, it was a sudden business. Little Luo officer said, The criminal deliberately came to Miss Yao. At this moment, Shimin-ka narrowed her eyes. Looking at the busy street, she muttered to herself, Perhaps he is standing there, silently waiting for the appearance of the prey. He knows that she is in urgent need of money, so he will definitely accept the business. Therefore, when she appeared, he didn't hesitate to take action. So this was a premeditated crime? What kind of person would know about Gu Yao's background and her predicament? Tony? No, he is too obvious. And the smell left at the scene doesn't match. Little Luo officer said. Her friends, her relatives, the hospital's doctors, nurses, and even her younger brother's classmates and friends. There are many of them. Shimin Ka smiled faintly. At least the range is narrowed, right? Young man, you have a lot of potential. Are you interested in working for me? There is no future for you to follow old Ma. Little Luo officer shook his head. Working on a case was my childhood dream. It can't be helped. Shimin Ka smiled. After all, things like dreams can't be exchanged. Let's go to the hospital to have a look. Woof, woof, woof. The Shar-Pei dog Arnold suddenly barked twice. Shimin Ka couldn't help but frown, because he could understand the meaning of these two barks was, Big trash, Shimin. Why don't you let me go back to the spirit beast world? I have an appointment with Mimi to have a bone feast tonight. You want to go back to pick up girls. Why are you acting like a coward? Shimin Ka rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Arnold disappeared on the spot. Who is it? Wang Baiwan opened the door with a haggard face, but he saw an impatient girl standing in front of the door. His face changed slightly. Miss Red Child, where is Ching Hu? Red Child said blankly at this time, Is he here? I heard that he came here to report to you. Where is he? I have something to talk to him about. With that said, Red Child didn't care about Wang Baiwan and walked directly to the entrance. Change. Wang Baiwan opened his mouth and finally sighed, Shoes. Chapter 2388. Although it was the principal's house of Huo Yun High School, it was not a luxurious house. Red C easily saw Mr. Qing, whose figure in the living room. He was sitting on the sofa with a document in his hand. As for the coffee table, it was full of documents. Wang Baiwan and Qing, who were working here before she arrived. Seeing that it was Red Boy who entered the door, Mr. Qing, whose eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, he quickly stood up and greeted, Miss Red Boy, why are you here? Ba Dan is my friend. Red Boy said calmly, she had an accident and I am very sad, so I took the time to come and see her today. I also want to comfort her family. These words were heard by Wang Baiwan, who followed behind. He said with a slightly grateful tone, It is Ba Dan's blessing to have a friend like Miss Red Boy. It is a pity that her luck is too thin, and she can't bear it. Ah, Wang Baiwan, from what you're saying, I killed Ba Dan? Red Boy suddenly said. In the living room, Qing Hu and Wang Baiwan were stunned on the spot. The atmosphere was so anxious that it was suffocating. They all knew that this was a capricious and unreasonable young lady. But how should they answer this? I definitely don't mean that. Wang Baiwan shook his head. Red Boy said directly, That night, I asked her to come out and accompany me. If I didn't let her go out, she might not have encountered this kind of thing. Don't you think so? Wang Baiwan opened his mouth, and his face was slightly ugly. At this moment, there was the sound of the door opening. It was the sound of the room door inside. Wang Jufu looked even more haggard as he walked out slowly. He was holding a beautiful woman beside him. The beautiful woman's face was very pale, and there were tears on her face. This beautiful woman was Wang Badan's mother. The beautiful woman said sadly at this time, Red Boy, you are here, Auntie. Red Boy called out softly and walked in front of the beautiful woman. He whispered, I'm sorry about Ba Dan. The beautiful woman shook her head sadly at this time. You are so considerate. You sit down first. I will make tea for you. You are welcome. Red Boy shook her head. The beautiful woman said, I'll be back soon. Take a seat first. Just play here like you always do. Sit, okay? Red Boy saw Wang Jufu's, almost pleading eyes at this time, and nodded in agreement. The beautiful woman then walked in quickly. I'll go take a look at her. Wang Jufu sighed. She can't calm down now. After being disturbed by Wang Jufu and his wife, the atmosphere was not as tense as it was at the beginning. Wang Baiwan sighed quietly at this time. Miss Red Boy, Qing who is here. Why are you looking for him? Looking for me? Qing, who looked at him in confusion. Red Boy said indifferently, it's about the team. One of my team members is no longer around, and the team is short of people. The upcoming ranking competition will be very disadvantageous for the team, so I plan to ask you for some information on the students to replenish the team members. Well, Mr. Qing, who glanced at Wang Bai subconsciously. Wang Baiwan's expression instantly turned ugly. Wang Badan's body hadn't even turned cold, but Red Boy was thinking about the matter of the team's substitute. This naturally made him feel cold. But Wang Baiwan's face only darkened, and he didn't say anything. Mr. Qing, who deliberated and said, About this, Miss Red Boy, do you have anyone in mind? No. Red Boy said indifferently, That's why I'm looking for you. Do you have anyone you can recommend? Qing, who thought for a while and said, Miss Red Boy, you are very familiar with the matter of the extraterritorial battlefield. As for the strength of the senior teams, you should know more than me. I want a new student to join the team this time. Red Boy said indifferently, The senior teams have already formed, and they are even used to the playing style of their respective teams. Temporary substitutes may not be able to adapt. A new student is better. I'd rather spend some time to train than have a person whose potential has already been seen. You guys talk first. I'll go to the room to make a call. Wang Baiwan suddenly stood up and said, He didn't seem to want to listen anymore. Red Boy just nodded casually. Wang Baiwan suppressed his anger and left. After he left, Mr. Qing, who suddenly smiled bitterly and sighed, Miss Red Boy, please tell me your purpose of coming. Otherwise, I really can't cooperate with you. Why do you say that? Red Boy asked curiously. Qing, who said, As far as I know, your relationship with your teammates is not weak. I believe that Miss Red Boy is not the kind of person who is anxious to find a substitute when a teammate just died. Why did you deliberately make Principal Wang unable to listen? Is there something that you can't tell me in front of him? Red Boy didn't waste time. She stared into Qing Hu's eyes and said directly, Why did you steal Gao Yang's information in the archives? This was like a cold arrow that was impossible to guard against. This Miss of Huiyun City was not good at studying, but she was definitely good at fighting. She knew how to gain the upper hand by a show of strength and surprise people. However, Qing Hu's expression didn't change. He even showed a puzzled expression. He frowned and said, I stole Gao Yang's information? Miss Red Boy, why do you say that? You still won't admit it? Red Boy sneered. If I didn't have evidence, do you think I would come to you? Qing, who smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although I don't know what your so-called evidence is, if it's something I didn't do, how do you want me to admit it? Red Boy's eyes suddenly glowed with a demonic light and murderous aura. Teacher Qing, who? Do you know that if I want to kill someone in Huiyun City, it's no different from stepping on an ant? Even if I take your head and leave now, Wang Baiwan won't dare to make a sound. The temperature in the living room instantly rose by a few degrees. Teacher Qing, whose gaze gradually changed. The foxtail behind him slightly raised. What happened? Wang Baiwan stopped in front of the pantry and looked in with a bewildered expression. In the pantry, a cup shattered on the ground. Wang Jufu sat on the ground, hugging his sobbing wife. He was anxious about what had happened and quickly walked into the pantry. He heard Wang Jufu say with a pale face, Father, she poisoned the tea. What? Wang Baiwan suddenly gasped. How? How can she be so stupid? She killed Dan. If it wasn't for her, Dan wouldn't have gone out. It's her. The woman cried in Wang Jufu's arms. I want to kill her. She's crazy. Lock her up. Wang Baiwan's voice couldn't help but tremble. If Red Boy was poisoned to death, the entire Wang clan wouldn't be able to live until tomorrow. Lock her up! He screamed. I don't know Gao Yang. In the scorching temperature, Teacher Qing, whose voice slowly sounded, his eyes calmly met Red Boy's gaze. Although I knew there was such a teacher, I only knew about it later. Red Boy frowned slightly. Qing, who said, I entered Huiyun High after Teacher Gao Yang left. If Miss Red Boy doesn't believe me, you can check my entry record. The temperature didn't drop. Instead, it rose to the extreme. The heat wave made Qing, whose fair-skinned face, turn red. But the sound of footsteps was already heard. Red Boy retracted the heat, and the temperature in the living room instantly returned to normal. She sat there with an expressionless face. Teacher Qing, who couldn't help but be surprised by the strength of this Miss Huiyun. Her ability to control herself had far surpassed the level of high school students. Wang Jufu and Wang Baiwan came back together, but they didn't see the beautiful woman. Miss Red Boy, please have some tea. Wang Jufu was the one who served the tea. His face was slightly pale. No need, I'll leave soon. Red Boy suddenly stood up and said, I still have something to do, so I won't stay. Help me tell Auntie that I'll visit her again when I'm free. I'll send you off. Wang Jufu seemed to be relieved. In front of the door, Red Boy glanced at Wang Jufu. She seemed to want to say something, but stopped. In the end, she didn't say anything. Wang Jufu suddenly stopped her. Miss Red Boy, there's something I want to tell you. It's about Ba Dan. She couldn't help but stop and show a concerned expression. Wang Jufu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Red Boy. This is the address of the cake shop. Ba Dan seems to have ordered a cake. The date of withdrawal is today. Do you know why she ordered a cake? We only knew about it when the cake shop's staff called today. Today? Red Boy frowned subconsciously. Do you know something? Wang Jufu asked subconsciously. I don't know, I just find it strange. Red Boy shook her head calmly. However, this address is on the way. I'll go and take a look. I'll inform you if there's any news. It's not convenient for you to go out and deal with such a small matter now. Thank you. Wang Jufu nodded. You don't have to send me off. Then I'll leave too, Principal. When Wang Jufu came back, he saw that Qing, who had packed up and was about to leave. The two nodded slightly and said goodbye. Qing, who left Wang Baiwan's house. Wang Jufu sat down with a tired face. Wang Baiwan was smoking a pipe on the sofa at this time. His face was gloomy. Suddenly, Wang Baiwan looked at his son and said, You send my wife back to her hometown to rest tonight. It's not good to let her stay here. I'm afraid something will happen. Dad, this is not good, right? I will keep an eye on her these days and won't let her go out. Wang Baiwan said blankly, There's no such thing as good or bad. If something really goes wrong, she may lose her life. You also saw what she wanted to do just now. I can't let her harm the entire Wang family alone. I know. She sat at a table near the street and stared at the pedestrians in a daze. At the same time, she gently used something to smear her palm. When the burning sensation in her palm gradually disappeared, the trace of unnaturalness between her eyebrows slowly melted away. Red Boy slowly screwed up the box of burning ointment. Unknowingly, she had used up almost 1/3 of it. The amount in this box seemed to be only enough to last a few days. Since he had tried the effect of the ointment, Red Boy had never thrown it away. It was almost as if he always carried it with him. She was very satisfied with the effect of this ointment, but she was not satisfied with the attitude of the school doctor who gave it to her. This made her very unhappy. She always felt like she owed him something. She kept using it, owing him, and was always unhappy. So angry. Miss, this is the cake your friend ordered. The clerk of the cake shop came over with a delicately packaged box at this time. It has been written according to Miss Wang's request. Do you want to check it? It's okay, Red Boy said faintly, Anyway, no matter how well it is written, the person who wants to write and the person who wants to read can't see it. First People's Hospital of Hoi An City, in front of an independent ward. The one inside is Guze. Shimin Ka lowered her head slightly and looked inside through the gap of the blinds. In the independent ward, she saw a young man of 17 or 18 years old lying motionlessly with breathing equipment. In the room, there were many paper cranes and cloth dolls hanging. So girly, Shimin Ka couldn't help rubbing her chin. This is done by the patient's sister and girlfriend. It was a pretty nurse who answered Shimin Ka. They will come over when they are free. After a long time, they decorated this place like this. Oh, I didn't expect Miss Yao to be so young. Officer, you must catch the murderer as soon as possible. Are you familiar with Gu Yao? Shimin Ka suddenly asked. The nurse said, Miss Yao insists on coming here every weekend, no matter what happens. After a long time, everyone knows her. She often cooks something for us to eat. I want to see the visiting record of Guze. Shimin Ka nodded and said, The nurse said, Please follow me. The information is at the front desk. Shimin Ka nodded and patted Officer Luo's shoulder, saying in a low voice, You stay here and keep an eye on this place. See if there are any suspicious people passing by here. Call me if anything happens. Little Luo gave an understanding look. Shimin Ka casually put her hand on the nurse's shoulder and asked eagerly, Is the work here very tiring? Do you have time to rest? How often can you rest? The window in the ward was slightly open. When the wind blew in, it blew the strings of paper cranes hanging as if they were dancing. Little Luo picked up a paper crane from the bedside table and put it in his palm. In the room, there was only the regular sound of the ventilator. Who are you? At the moment when the door of the independent ward was opened, a vigilant voice sounded at the same time. He turned around and calmly looked. What he saw was a young girl wearing a tight black leather jacket with a face full of surprise. Red Boy was holding a cake box in her hand and a bouquet of flowers in her arms. You, how come you are here? When she saw the man in the ward, clearly, Red Boy showed an incredible look. What a coincidence! Chapter 2389. Pathology Research. Red Boy showed a very distrustful look, but the doctor's eyes were calm, and the reason he gave seemed to be somewhat twisted. As a school doctor was also a doctor. It was not a problem for a doctor to study pathology. He accidentally looked through the records of the school doctor's office and found that a student was hospitalized and unconscious. Out of professional interest as a doctor, he couldn't help but study it, and he met a senior student in the hospital, so he got preferential treatment. So he ended up here? She always felt that this school doctor was not simple. The two teachers of Huiyuan High Tech were quite mysterious. Are you alone? Red Boy put down the cake and flowers and asked casually. Little Luo officer said, And a friend. The nurse? Red Boy asked subconsciously. Little Luo officer shook his head, and Red Boy just said, She suddenly had no topic to talk about. Under the strong, reckless, and almost barbaric shell, there was actually a heart that was not good with words. She didn't need to take the initiative to communicate with people, but people would take the initiative to appear in front of her and try to please her. There were also some guys who pretended to be cold to attract her attention. Usually, Red Boy would step on them when facing such guys. Golden eyes, fiery eyes, a pair of eyes that could see through illusions. Although it hadn't reached the level of seeing through everything, it could slightly let her see the red and black of people's hearts. She couldn't understand him. Red Boy was a little absent-minded at this time. Is the ointment effective? Little Luo officer suddenly asked. It's effective. Red Boy nodded as if she was caught off guard. The effect is not bad, a little better than the medicine I usually use. It can be used. If you use it up, come to the school doctor's office to get it. Little Luo officer smiled slightly, and the tone of a doctor talking to a patient. You have to apply the ointment on time to recover the injury. Not every injury can be cured. Red Boy shook her head and subconsciously looked at Guze on the bed. Even time can't heal the scars. What did you just say? She couldn't help but widen her eyes, revealing an unbelievable look, and stared straight at him. My injury can be cured. Physical injuries are fine. Little Luo said casually, the body is a wonderful thing. Its self-healing ability is not worse than many good medicines. Of course, it's one thing to recover, but it's another thing to tear the wound and prevent it from recovering. Red Boy could not help but frown, as if he had grasped something. Even though this school doctor's background was mysterious, the medicine he gave was indeed effective. Her injury, strictly speaking, was not an external injury, but a kind of fire poison that had accumulated over time. Even Sun Ming was helpless against this kind of poison. Dr. Luo, I'm cultivating a special technique. Red Boy decided to see what the school doctor had to say. Along with the cultivation, there will be a kind of fire poison that will constantly burn my body. The ointment you gave me can suppress it. Do you have any way to help me get rid of this side effect during cultivation? Yes. Little Luo answered without thinking. What is it? She subconsciously walked forward. Miss Red Boy was not reserved. The simplest way is that as long as you stop cultivating this kind of technique, the fire poison will not continue to be produced. Little Luo blinked and said, Next, you just need to slowly eliminate the remaining fire poison. Not this way. Red Boy suddenly became angry. 30% of it was her personality. 30% of it was the irritation brought about by the cultivation method, and 40% of it was something she couldn't understand. What I want is a way to continue cultivating without side effects. Little Luo, she asked curiously, I think, as the child of Boss Nio and Mayor Tai, you should get a lot of good cultivation methods, even if there are no side effects. Why are you so obsessed with this kind of side effect? This is my business, Red Boy said in a deep voice. You just need to tell me, can you help me? Don't worry, as long as you can help me, I will not treat you badly. In Huiyun City, as long as you want, I can satisfy you. He should still be short of a little girlfriend. Do you want to follow him? Suddenly, Shimin Ka's voice sounded outside the ward. Red Boy turned around with a murderous look, but saw a white-haired man leaning against the door, squinting his eyes. Looking at the tiger-like girl, Shimin Ka directly greeted her. Yo, the atmosphere was a little anxious. It was really anxious, and the temperature began to rise. I have a girlfriend. Little Luo said calmly at this time. He is the friend I mentioned. He means no harm, just joking with me. Shimin Ka shrugged. He actually didn't hear all the conversation. Only the last sentence, I can satisfy you. So, in line with the usual practice of eating melons, he casually joked. Although it wasn't greasy as an uncle who was about to enter middle age, it was still pleasing to the eye to occasionally tease young girls. Red Boy took a deep breath, slightly to let the temperature drop. It could be seen that she was trying hard to restrain herself. At this time, Shimin Ka slowly walked in after closing the door and said in a seemingly casual manner, Miss Fire Cloud City, I didn't expect to actually be here. It seems that there is a story behind this Guze line here. Do you know me? Red Boy couldn't help frowning. I know your mother. Shimin Ka squinted. She used to be my big boss. You are from the government? Red Boy frowned again and showed some kind of vigilance. In the past. Shimin Ka gave her a card. This is my current job. If you need it, you can also find me. I will give you a 20% discount. Private detective. Shimin Ka? Shimin Ka? A trace of doubt flashed in Red Boy's eyes. She felt that she seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. She put away the card and said in a low voice, Detective, why are you here? Don't tell me the nonsense of pathological research. If you don't have a suitable reason, don't blame me for asking someone to drive you out. For the sake of the hateful school doctor, for the sake of the burn ointment, Shimin Ka glanced at little Luo officer and asked curiously, "Didn't you tell her that Gu Yao died?" "Now you told her, Mr. Shimin," little Luo officer said seriously. "Well, this guy." "Miss Red Boy, I think we should talk it out." Shimin Ka's throat moved at this time. "Can you put me down first?" His collar was grabbed, and he was lifted up. The girl in front of him was emitting a terrible threat, which made him instinctively feel the breath of death. He had said it once, but the girl in front of him didn't calm down. Perhaps she didn't intend to calm herself down so quickly. "Why today?" Red Boy lowered her head at this time. "Why, today is Gyuze's birthday." Shimin Ka was stunned and suddenly said, "Miss Red Boy, I was hired by Officer Ma to investigate this matter, to catch the murderer as soon as possible." Red Boy gritted her teeth and threw Shimin Ka on the ground. Shimin Ka did not even bother to tidy up his messy collar. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. "I saw another victim's visit record in the nurse's station, and it was a rather frequent visit record. Miss Red Boy, can you tell me the relationship between the first deceased, Wang Badan, and Gyuz?" Red Boy said expressionlessly, "Aren't you a detective? Can't you find it out?" Shimin Ka shook his head. The detective speculation is not as good as the truth of the insider. Red Boy was silent for a while. Badan was very good to Gyuz, but hasn't officially started. Gyuz should be the same. Well, not yet lovers. Shimin Ka nodded. This might be the best time. After the accident, Badan has been coming to visit secretly. Red Boy looked at the sleeping Gyuz. "Occasionally I will accompany her. Today was originally Guze's birthday, and Badan had even ordered a cake to be brought over today. Who would have thought? The two most important people to him wouldn't be able to make it. How did Miss Yao die?" Shimin Ka thought for a while and took out his mobile phone directly. In the photo album there was the appearance of Gyuze's corpse that he took at the scene. There was no unsuitable one. This was the Miss of Huyun City. Even if he didn't give it to her, someone would give it to her. Then Shimin Ka's mobile phone was crushed. He took 2 deep breaths with a stomachache. The mobile phone was newly bought. "Would you like to comfort her?" Shimin Ka lowered his voice to little Luo officer's ear. The middle-aged man only liked to tease and didn't like to put himself in danger. "No need." Little Luo officer shook his head coldly. Siemens was stunned, but Red Boy suddenly calmed down. "Why did you come to the hospital?" She stared at the two of them without blinking. "The 2 victims were important people to Guze. Do you think that their deaths are related to Guze? The murderer will even appear in the hospital, or have appeared before. I asked around." Shimin Ka looked at Red Boy in surprise and immediately shook her head. "But there is no harvest." "But there is one thing that I don't understand. Since the relationship between Wang Badan and Guze is not ordinary, why is it that when I check the visiting records, the time records of her and Gu Yao are always wrong?" "It's intentional." Red Boy cooperated unexpectedly. "The purpose is to avoid meeting Miss Yao." Shimin Ka couldn't help but frown. "As far as I know, Gyuze's economic situation is not very good," Red Boy said directly. "I know what you want to ask, but you have been rejected." "Rejected?" Red Boy nodded. "After the accident, she refused all the help we provided, and even made some unpleasant several times. She once thought that it was because we didn't rescue Gyuz in time on the battlefield that caused him to be injured. It's a bit complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Later on, we secretly provided her with help, but she returned it. The medical fees we paid for several times were sent to the school. Over time, Ba Dan had to give up the idea of helping, and only dared to stagger the visiting time every time. As for me," Red Boy paused and shook his head helplessly. "I used some connections and invited some well-known specialists to treat patients in Fire Cloud Hospital. At the same time, they served as Gu Ze's attending doctor. Miss Yao only received this step at most." Shimin Ka took notes and asked, "Then, other than the hospital, do you have any other place to contact Gyuz?" Red Boy shook his head. Meeting will only be unpleasant. So you don't know what she does? Isn't she working in a logistics company? Red Boy asked. Shimin Ka and little Luo looked at each other, and the former suddenly closed the notebook. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Red Boy. Don't talk nonsense, Red Boy said. As long as the murderer can be caught, I can send Huyun's army for you. Shimin Ka smiled bitterly. I don't want to be expelled from Huyun City by Mayor Tai for inciting a riot. Little Luo, I have something to do. Why don't you help me send Miss Red Boy back? He looked at her crazily. I can only help you this much as a wingman. But little Luo insisted. Officer Ma asked me to follow you to handle the case. I'm not as fun as a girl. Shimin Ka pushed the two away. Even if old Ma is here, he will arrange it like this. He asked you to listen to me, right? Then I ask you now to send this girl back. This is an order. Please get out of here. Otherwise, I can't summon Anuo. When she went to the nurse's station to check the records, Shimin Ka planned to summon Anuo, who was flirting with the girl. Guess what? Anuo, I won't go out. I won't go out even if you kill me. As long as that person is here. I would rather die on Mei Mei's belly. Hey, that person, the person who made Anuo so scared. Old Ma, what the hell did you give me? After Shimin Ka hurriedly pushed the two into the elevator, she breathed a sigh of relief. While making a gesture with one hand, she borrowed the phone from the nurse's station. Old Ma, are we brothers who have fought together? Spit it out. Who is this little Luo? I don't know. He was given to me by the director, but he is very strong. How strong? He is at least at the 3rd level of the Great Grandmaster. Are you scared? He knocked down the 9-striped dragon with one punch and hammered Sangkuin with 2 punches, 1 against 2, and he was KO'd in less than 5 seconds. I saw it with my own eyes. Is that Sangkuin on the blacklist in Huyun City? Shimin Ka opened her mouth slightly. The gesture had been made, and she pressed it directly on the table. Along with a bang sound, after a burst of white smoke, Arnold, the Sharpei, appeared with a small square plastic bag with a small plastic circle in his mouth, looking confused. Shimin Ka, you trash! He is at the 3rd level of the Great Grandmaster. Shimin Ka ignored Anuo, who rushed to bite her head, and smiled bitterly. Don't talk about you. I am also scared. The newcomers nowadays are all monsters. I don't need you to send me off. When the elevator arrived at the parking lot, Red Boy stepped out with a tough attitude. The thing I discussed with you will be discussed after this case is over. Think about it carefully. My promise will not change, but not like what the white-haired man said just now. With that, Red Boy jumped on the reverse 5 elements not far away and rushed out of the parking lot without looking back. Little Luo couldn't help blinking and looked along the side of the parking lot. A black shadow flashed directly into the corner at this time. The black shadow directly stuck to the edge of the corner, and the sound of footsteps was slowly coming to its position. In the empty and quiet parking lot, the footsteps were particularly obvious. It was getting closer and closer, and its eyes were slightly fixed, until the footsteps suddenly stopped. Little Luo suddenly took out his mobile phone and scanned a shared motorcycle in the parking lot, and then drove away slowly until the shared motorcycle had driven out of the parking lot and disappeared. The black shadow in the corner was relieved and slowly walked out. It was just a motorcycle cleaner, Teacher Xiaohu. Why is Dr. Luo here? He couldn't help muttering to himself. This chapter ends. Chapter 2390. In the end, Shimin Ka successfully led Anuo around the hospital. There's no scent of a criminal. As a result, Shimin Ka couldn't help but fall into silence. She wondered if her intuition was wrong. Most of the time, a detective could see the truth by integrating all kinds of information. However, to see the truth in a jumble of information, it required a flash of insight. Arnold had already checked carefully, so it would be a waste of time to stay in the hospital. However, before leaving, Shimin Ka walked into Gyuza's ward again, intending to secretly install a surveillance camera here. She preferred to use all kinds of detective methods, so she didn't have too many concerns and restrictions. Well, was there this thing just now? Was it left by the miss of Hoyun City? At this time, Shimin Ka saw a palm-sized gift box on a small table beside the bed. But Shimin Ka remembered that when Red Boy came, he only carried flowers and a cake box. Anua suddenly barked twice. The scent of another person. Shimin Ka was a little surprised, and the next moment she said in a low voice, "Arnold!" Immediately, one person and one dog rushed out of the ward and walked quickly in the corridor. When they passed by the nurse's station, Shimin Ka picked up the visiting record book. There was no record of the visit. The last person to record was Red Boy, who came before, and in front of Red Boy were Officer Little Luo and himself. Following the scent, the man and the dog soon arrived at the underground parking lot. In the end, Arnold stopped at an area where motorcycles were shared. "Can you still keep up?" Shimin Ka couldn't help but frown. Although spirit beasts had a strong sense of smell, it was not omnipotent. Unless it was a special substance, smell would completely disappear in the air sooner or later. As time passed, the residual smell would naturally fade, and it would be easier for it to be mixed with other smells. Arnold barked twice casually. "The smell is still very clear. I can still follow." It was too extravagant to ride a shared motorcycle home. In the end, Teacher Xiao, who chose to stop his motorcycle at a place where there were public buses. He opened his wallet and glanced at the few coins and 2 crumpled banknotes in it. He immediately raised his head, speechless. There's still a whole week before school payday. Teacher Xiao, who sighed, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted so cool today. Back at Forest Restaurant, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to pay the bill, okay?" He mustered up his courage and opened his wallet again. Then he leaned back again. But the moment he leaned back, he saw a guy wearing a brown bear plushie sitting on a chair not far away, enjoying the cool air. The man's entire body was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were dark. As a worker, Teacher Xiao, who could tell at a glance that this fellow dressed in a puppet costume and distributed flyers, must have not rested for several days and nights. Ordinary people could also practice cultivation techniques. Relying on the optimization of the body brought about by the cultivation techniques, regular high-intensity continuous work would gradually become a norm. Although Azure Blue S technology had been improving at the same time, and various automated tools were changing with each passing day, manpower still had an incomparable advantage. It was cheap. Suddenly, the flyer who was enjoying the cool air suddenly collapsed. Teacher Xiao, who was startled, he hurried to the flyer's side and helped him up. "Brother, how are you?" "Brother?" The man's entire body was twitching. Tears and snot were flowing. Teacher Xiao, who could not help but frown. This man not only looked abnormally tired, he was also as thin as a match. Okay, so this was a guy with an addiction. His addiction must have kicked in. So he wanted to earn some money. But usually, if this kind of guy wanted to earn money, half of it would be from things written in the penal code. For someone like this to want to earn money through work, he must be constantly striving for self-improvement. A clean stream among addicts? Are you dead? If you're not dead, stand up. If you don't finish 10 hours, don't even think about getting paid. Probably the employer. Teacher Xiao, who frowned. He saw a fierce-looking woman with her hands on her hips, wearing the uniform of a hot pot restaurant. "Auntie." Teacher Xiao, who frowned. He suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "Big sister, he's already like this. Aren't you going too far?" Teacher Xiao, whose sudden action startled the Annie, who had her hands on her hips. Then she angrily said, "What? You want to stand up for this guy? What do you want to do? Why don't you try touching me?" Teacher Xiao, who suddenly put on a smile. "Big sister, what I mean is he's already like this. No matter how you look at it, he can't continue working. So why don't you treat me?" "What? Treat me?" Teacher Xiao, who said seriously, "I can bear hardships. Also, today's flyers are not finished. Big sister, you're also in a difficult position, right?" The auntie suspiciously sized up the well-dressed man in front of her. no matter how she looked at him. He looked like an elite who pretended to be a dog. Don't tell me you want to play with me? Teacher Xiao, who took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves and bulged his biceps. Big sister, don't look at me like this. I usually work at a construction site. Today, I'm dressed like this because I'm going to eat. The auntie looked at the guy who was still twitching on the ground and frowned. I'll say this first. The flyers are not finished, so you won't get a single cent. You better give them to me seriously. Don't think that you can just throw them in the trash can and be done with it. I'll keep an eye on you. I won't. Teacher Xiao, who quickly said, Come, give me the flyers, I'll give them out. You can change into the mascots. Clothes first. The auntie said calmly. That's fine. Teacher Xiao, who nodded, I'll go get it with you. Where is it? Isn't it here already? The auntie pointed at the guy on the ground. Don't bother. Just take off this guy's clothes and he'll wear it. This what? You don't like it? Didn't you say that you can bear any hardships? No, right away. Right away. Teacher Xiao, who quickly nodded his head. After thinking for a while, he carried the twitching fellow and walked to a nearby alley. Placing the man on the ground, he muttered, Brother, I'm sorry. Taking a deep breath, Teacher Xiao, who pinched his nose, took off the mascot's clothes and put them on himself. How is it? Is this the one? In a shared motorcycle area not far from the bus stop. Arnold stopped in front of a shared motorcycle and nodded at Shiminka. Shiminka looked around and muttered, Is he planning to change buses here? Looks like he's being very careful. Deliberately going to crowded places. Arnold lowered his head and started walking slowly with his face against the floor. Shiminka followed him all the way. After a while, Arnold's nose bumped into a furry foot. He raised his head subconsciously and saw a huge shadow in front of him. A big brown bear appeared. Instantly, Arnold's face changed. He covered his nose with both hands and ran to the side to retch. Sir, is your pet okay? Shiminka opened his mouth and shook his head, saying, It'll be fine in a while, his nose is better. Sir, do you want to come to our shop to take a look? The three of you will travel together, and the bill will be free for one person. Big Brown Bear handed over a leaflet with a cash coupon discount on it. Shiminka blinked his eyes and asked curiously, Pets are free too? We need 3 people to travel together, the Big Brown Bear mascot said. Or you can find 2 more friends. Okay, I'll think about it. Shiminka nodded and took the flyer. Then he carried Arnold forward. According to Arnold's sense of smell, there was the smell of the mysterious person who came to the hospital and gave the gift to Guze. He must be hiding somewhere here, or perhaps he was observing from a certain place. Shiminka looked casual, but his eyes were constantly looking for someone in the crowd. Sir, miss, do you want to try our hot pot restaurant? 3 people going together, 1 free. Are you F** king stupid? Can't you see that I only have 1 girlfriend? What? Do you want 2 girlfriends? No. After going around in circles, Shiminka carried Arnold and casually sat on a long bench by the street. Aimlessly, he looked at the mascot that was working hard to distribute the flyers. Suddenly, he sighed. Life is so tiring. Arnold rubbed his nose and said weakly, I can't smell it anymore. There are too many people here. Let's go to the hospital and check the CCTV to see if we can find anything. Shiminka thought for a while and said, It's already so late? The sky was dark. Shiminka's eyes were like dead fish and his mind was blank. Suddenly, he picked up the spare phone and called Sir Ma. Old Ma, are you interested in eating hot pot tonight? 3 people going together, 1 free. It's just right to invite the rising star of your police force. Hey, how did you know I was going to eat hot pot tonight? Are you coming or not? If you come, I'll start the meal. Wait for me, I'll come right away. We can talk about the case. I have some new discoveries. Where's little Luo? Is he still with you? I asked him to send Red Boy back. Oh, send Miss Red Boy back. What did you say? The shared motorcycle was parked outside a supermarket. At this time, little Luo was leaning against the motorcycle. In his palm there was a pink paper crane. He looked at it with interest, and then slowly opened it. He restored it to its original appearance. On the paper that was full of creases, there were some special symbols written with red paint. It looked like scribbles. This seems to be some incantation symbols in the immortal civilization. Miss Maid's voice came from his ears. "Little Luo." Boss Luo smiled and took the shopping bag from Miss Maid's hand and then hung it on the handle of the motorcycle. "Finished shopping?" "Today's materials are not very fresh. I just bought a little," Miss Maid said softly. Boss Luo blinked and then chuckled. "Beautiful, miss. May I have the honor to send you home? This is my ride." He deliberately took a detour to this place. Miss Maid blinked and then raised her hand, letting him hold it naturally. The shared motorcycle started slowly. Boss Luo drove safely all the way, and he didn't miss any intersection. In front of a red light, the shared motorcycle and a sports car stopped side by side. The man with a thick gold chain in the sports car suddenly saw it. He seemed to see the beauty of his youth, mainly the beauty of human beings. In the short 20 seconds of red light, the man in the sports car saw the first half of his life like a merry-go-round, until he didn't know when the shared motorcycle had driven away, but the sports car was still parked in the same place. "Why are you still here? Let's go." The man seemed to wake up from a dream. He glanced at the middle-aged woman with heavy makeup on the co-pilot seat, nodded, and said faintly, "Okay, and hi." He had gone too far and could not go back. Just like the motorcycle that had gone far in front of the crossroad, it carried the dreams and beauty of his youth. "You must be happy." The man took a deep breath and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. "I will also live a good life." "Aunt Hai, I'll feed you tonight." "Damn you." Sir Ma was looking for Shimin Ka in the bustling hot pot restaurant. At this time, Shimin Ka raised her hand. Sir Ma quickly came over and sat down in a hurry. "How is it? Haven't you contacted little Luo?" "I don't have his contact information." Sir Ma couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows and comforted himself. With little Luo's ability, few people in Huiyun City can threaten him. "So you don't have his contact information either?" Shimin Ka rolled her eyes. The two uncles stared at each other, and then thought of a very serious problem at the same time. They couldn't get 3 people to eat this meal. "You pay the bill." 2. "This is your salary today." The shop assistant dipped her finger in saliva and counted out some cash. Before handing it to teacher Xiao Hu, the shop assistant took out 3 notes from the counted cash and then handed it to him. Teacher Xiao Hu didn't say anything. He took it silently and then thanked her. "This is my phone number. If you need to send flyers, you can contact me." "I didn't know you were so capable, young man." The shop assistant pinched the muscles on teacher Xiao Hu's arm. "You have a good figure. Even if you don't look good, when you wore a suit, you looked like a dog." "Then I'll leave." Teacher Xiao Hu smiled embarrassedly, and after taking off the soaked costume and returning it, he found a random reason to decline the shop assistant's invitation to have a drink. He put the money into his wallet and finally didn't have to lie down after the battle. It was hard to find a part-time job at night, and the small forest construction site was probably out of the question. How about looking forward to the model audition tomorrow? Model or whatever, it felt so unreal. Teacher Xiao, who hung the costume on his arm, heaved a sigh and was about to leave, but his footsteps suddenly stopped, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the alley he passed by. Teacher Xiao, who pondered for a moment and finally sighed and walked into the alley. In the alley, the drug addict from the evening was still lying on the ground, and he looked even weaker. Teacher Xiao, who bit him and directly carried him up. After a while, Teacher Xiao, who carried the man to an aid station on the street, which specialized in providing assistance to drug addicts, and put the man down in front of the station. "You also did half of the work. I won't take advantage of you." Teacher Xiao, who took out half of his salary from his wallet and stuffed it into the man's pocket. "Take care of yourself." "What are you looking at?" At this moment, the two of them were boiling the fresh yellow beef. Shimin Ka ate while looking at her phone. "I asked a nurse in the hospital to send me the surveillance video. Shimin Ka said casually, "Someone secretly appeared in Guze's ward and left a gift when I was investigating." "Who is it?" "Surma 2. Zero stopped talking." "I didn't find him. I lost him here." Shimin Ka shook her head, and then a man's figure appeared on the screen, walking toward Guze's ward. "It's him." "Who is it?" Old Ma grabbed the phone and saw a back figure. Shimin Ka muttered, "Tony, the owner of the hair salon. He was the one who left the gift." In the video, the silhouette was holding a small gift box in his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 2391. As long as one had a registered account, he or she couldn't escape the investigation of the Huiyun police station. Obviously, Teacher Tong of the hair salon was such a person with a legal identity. They were still in the hot pot restaurant, but the information about Tony had been sent to Surma. Tony, whose original name was Di Qinglong, was born in Huiyun City. He was expelled because of a scandal with a female teacher when he was in college. At the age of 18, he debuted in the most famous red light district of Huiyun City under the stage name of Roland. In the second year after his debut, Roland became the most popular male escort in the red light district. Not only were rich aunties willing to spend money, but there were also many young girls who were willing to spend a lot of money. In fact, there was once a rich woman who bought half an hour of advertising time in a red light district just to show her love for him. Around the age of 26, Roland suddenly announced his retirement. The year he retired, his company's business dropped by 50%. It took him almost half a year to nurture more than a dozen newcomers in a row before he recovered. Roland disappeared for nearly 4 years. When he reappeared, he opened this hair salon on one of the commercial streets of Huiyun City. The business was still very good. Female fans are so King scary. Shimin Ka sighed after reading the information. "What, are you looking down on women?" Surma took a piece of luncheon meat from Shimin Ka's hand with chopsticks and sneered disdainfully. "Don't fake it." Shimin Ka rolled her eyes and thought for a while. "Di Qinglong is also from Huiyun High School." "As if you're not from there." Surma shook his head and said, "Who hasn't been to Huiyun High School for cultivation in Huiyun City? Didn't I graduate from there?" Shimin Ka shrugged and didn't say anything. In the past, Huiyun High School was not like this. At that time, it was still completely public. But later, with the rise of Tai Luosha and the rise of Flat Sky Group, Huiyun High School unconsciously became a plaything of capital, even though Niu Daguang didn't pay much attention to the education business. Although Flaming Cloud High School had become the Flat Sky Corporation, the only thing that didn't change was the fact that they recruited students with cultivation aptitude. In the world of Azure Blue, both humans and demons could cultivate at the beginning. They could reach the beginner level in the basic cultivation method. However, most people could only reach the beginner level in their whole lives. At most, they would be strong and know a little light body technique. They would not be sick or in pain. In old age, they could still be strong and live for more than 80 or 90 years. However, if one wanted to break through the entry level and advance to the next level, one would need the so-called aptitude for cultivation. Fire Cloud High School accepted such students who had the potential to break through the entry level. "Do you think there is something wrong with Di Qinglong?" Surma suddenly asked. Shimin Ka muttered, "I'm just curious about his action of giving a gift to Guze. Besides, he actually came after I left the hospital. The mysterious person who gave the gift that I found was not him. In other words, there are actually 2 gifts." Surma blinked. Shimin Ka didn't say anything. She just popped up a picture. In the picture was a nurse with a sweet smile and a peace sign. Only in the corner of the picture were 2 small gift boxes. Surma 2. Zero scratched his head and looked at Di Qinglong's picture carefully. "I don't see how this guy is handsome. Isn't he almost the same?" He even compared himself with Di Qinglong. Shimin Ka shook her head. "By the way, you said before you came here that you had a new discovery. What is it?" Surma said mysteriously, "Do you know that the first victim, Wang Badan, is related to the second victim, Gu Yao. I just came out of the hospital this afternoon. Shimin Ka squinted at him. Officer Ma chuckled. But do you know that Wang Badan's family has always strongly opposed the relationship between the two of them? They even contacted Gu Yao more than once in private. Wang family? Shimin Ka thought for a while. Wang Baiwan, the current headmaster of Fiery Cloud High School. Sirma nodded, and then took out a recording pen. We found this in Gu Yao's rented house. She secretly recorded the conversation with the Wang family. I think that after listening to this, you should be able to understand why Gu Yao has always refused the help of Wang Badan and Huiyun City's eldest miss. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Gu Yao thought her brother's death was entirely because of Wang Badan, so she would rather rely on herself than accept help. Shimin Ka didn't say anything. She put on the earphones and pressed the button of the recording pen. Is there no law? Law. What is law? In this world, only the strong can make the law. Although our Wang family can't cover the sky with one hand in Fiery Cloud City. Do you know how deep our roots are in Fiery Cloud City? Today your brother is lying here. Maybe tomorrow it will be you. The headmaster's meaning is very simple. You're not allowed to have any contact with Miss Wang anymore. Do you want to climb up the social ladder? No way. My brother is also a member of the team of the eldest daughter of Fiery Cloud City. I'm not afraid of you. Miss Red Child will help me. Humph, do you know who the eldest daughter of the Wang family is? She is Mayor Tai's nanny, and she watched him grow up. If you dare to tell Miss Red Child about this, who do you think she will help? You'd better bite us. But if you can't, what will be waiting for you? Think about it yourself. Shimin Ka should have finished listening to the recording, but Sirma saw that she pressed the button again. In fact, he had listened to the recording several times before he came here. Finally, Shimin Ka finished the last plate of beef and took off the earphones. What's wrong? Sirma too. Zero asked curiously. Shimin Ka thought for a while and shrugged. The old love story between a rich girl and a poor boy. What else could it be? Do you want to say that Wang Badan's death was Gu Yao's revenge on the Wang family? Don't forget that she died the next day. Sirma said coldly, There's no case that can't be solved in Kanglin, not in Fiery Cloud City. Let's go to prison number 9. You don't always think about cheating. Shimin Ka smiled bitterly. It's not that serious. Sirma didn't say anything. Shimin Ka thought for a while and said, Can you find out who the man in the recording is? Take it back and do a voice print analysis. Officer Ma thought for a moment and said, He claimed to be from the Wang family. The Wang family is famous in Huiyun City. It shouldn't be difficult to find him. Give me one night. See you tomorrow. Shimin Ka looked at the time and hurriedly stood up. I have something to do. See you tomorrow. Sirma nodded. When he was about to pack the rest of the ingredients, he remembered that Shimin Ka didn't pay the bill. The door wasn't closed, so she didn't need to go through the wall. Nan Xiaonan clenched her fists and raised her head with tears running down her face. Finally, I don't have to sleep on the street tonight. Luckily, I came back early tonight. Could it be that the boss and Miss Yi suddenly felt shy and impatient tonight? Boss, Miss Yi. After stealthily pushing open the door, Ms. Nan saw the boss and Ms. Servant Girl sitting in the lobby of the shop. This time, it didn't look like a clinic. Instead, it looked like a shop. Boss Luo was sitting in front of the bar, holding his chin and looking at Miss Maid mixing drinks. Soft music was playing from the gramophone. Lady Nan, who had the ultimate titanium alloy eyes, wasn't blinded by the light and walked over calmly. Boss Luo suddenly said at this time, Today, another murder case happened. Nan Xiaonan nodded. I saw it. The person died on the street, and it immediately became a hot topic. The police couldn't even cover it up. Is it the same murderer? Boss Luo didn't answer, but thought for a while and said, The person who died was Gu Zei's elder sister, Gu Yao. That be ** starred boyfriend's elder sister? Miss Nan also sat down. She had just started investigating Guze, and she had asked Little Joe to do it while she was analyzing the surveillance footage in the internet cafe. Yes. Boss Luo nodded. When the body was found, the head was cut off and sewn on the chest. The body was transported away. It seems that we can only wait for the autopsy report. Lady Nan's fingers couldn't help trembling. She had the urge to dissect the body again. Anyway, the boss must know something, but he didn't say it directly. Boss, I remember that I have something to do. I'll go out first. She stood up and hurried out of the shop without looking back. Miss Maid walked to the door and shouted at her back, Nan Xiaonan, be careful on the road. After that, Miss Maid locked the door and set up 180 layers of bounded domain. She returned to the main room. At this time, Boss Luo was holding a piece of pink square origami paper full of folds between his fingers. Legend. Miss Maid said softly, each paper crane carries a little wish. When 1,000 of them are gathered, they can become a wish and bring happiness to the one you like. When do you think this legend started? Boss Luo suddenly asked. Miss Maid didn't give an answer. Boss Luo said, if even you don't know about it, then it has probably been circulating since the primordial. She couldn't help thinking. Boss Luo said 999. Miss Maid raised her head in confusion. Boss Luo said, in the war, there are only 999. One more is missing. Huiyun City, the expressway station. Wang Jufu was smoking a cigarette in front of the window in the corridor outside the lounge. At this moment, a man walked over quickly. Young master, is it Wang Lu? Is it done? Wang Jufu turned around casually. The man named Wang Lu was in his early 30s and looked quite loyal. Young master, this is your and madam's ticket. You will leave in half an hour. You can wait for the bus. Wang Jufu nodded and walked to the lounge. He instructed, I will probably stay in my hometown for a few days before coming back. During this time, you have to take good care of my father. If anything happens, inform me immediately. Don't worry, young master. Wang Lu nodded. I will take good care of old master. You and madam must take good care of yourself this time. Wang Jufu didn't say anything. He just patted Wang Lu's shoulder and then opened the door of the lounge. He was about to say something, but the words were stuck in his mouth. There was no one in the lounge. His wife, who should have been waiting here, was missing. Find her. Wang Jufu shuddered. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring madam back. She walked into the room from the terrace with a special night market telescope in her hand. Niu Daguang isn't in the flat sky building tonight? She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Tonight, she didn't scare that timid guy, so she didn't have the energy to do anything. Iron Luocha was bored to death as she sat in front of the desk full of official documents and pondered. There was a knock on the door. Come in, she said casually. An old woman slowly walked in with a plate of food. Miss, you didn't eat anything for dinner, so I made some fire lotus seed soup for you. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Iron Luocha nodded slightly. Put the food down, I will eat later. An old woman. Auntie Wang put down the plate and said in a low voice, Miss, are you still worried about that vixen? Did you find her? Iron Luocha's face instantly darkened. Auntie Wang shook her head. Look for her for 3 more days. If there is still no news, maybe we can only ask the dieting organization. Iron Luocha pondered for a while. Put this matter aside for now and let others handle it. Auntie, do you want to take a break these few days? I heard about what happened to your family. Auntie Wang's face suddenly darkened, and she said in a low voice, Thank you, miss, for thinking about this old woman's matter. But there is still Million to take care of the family matters, so there won't be any problems. But I am worried about Mississippi. I am afraid you won't be used to someone else taking care of you. You have always been very loyal. Iron Luocha said with a sigh, Andy, if there is anything you need my help with, just ask. I have already called the Flaming Cloud Police Headquarters and told them to catch the murderer as soon as possible. Thank you, Mississippi. Auntie Wong slowly knelt down. Iron Luocha quickly walked forward and helped the old woman up. That year, I was lucky enough to escape from the ghost country's coup. If not for Auntie's family taking me in, I am afraid I would have already. I, Iron Luocha, said that as long as I exist, your Wong family will also exist. I will never go back on my words. The fire lotus seed soup is cold, Annie Wong said softly. Eat Mississippi, okay? The relationship between master and servant was deep. End of this chapter. Chapter 2392. Medical Examiner Fong, didn't you just get off work? Why are you? Well, I left something in my office. This was not the entrance of the HQ, but the passage between the buildings in Huiyun HQ. Medical Examiner Fong casually walked past the guard, but soon Medical Examiner Fong came back. Why are there so many decoration materials in my office? The guard blinked and said subconsciously, Didn't you say that the renovation team was not allowed to touch your place when you were not present? You said that there were a lot of instruments and information inside, and you were afraid that they would be damaged, so… Oh, I remember now. It's fine. Under the guard's puzzled gaze, Medical Examiner Fong walked into the most gloomy passage in Huiyun HQ, the dissection room. In the cultivation world of heavenly blue, would the people who had mastered the cultivation method be afraid of ghosts? Of course. Ghosts were capable of dealing true magic damage, while the common cultivation methods that people mastered could only achieve physical defense at most. Therefore, ghosts were extremely terrifying. Ghosts were cute. Nan Xiaonan thought that if she mastered the method of summoning spirits, she could solve 99% of the unsolved cases. Of course, she had to cooperate with the summoned spirits. Although she was only using the identity of Old Fong, she had a good understanding of the structure of Huiyun HQ. For example, Sirma 2. Zero was in charge of the Serious Crimes Department, which was responsible for the major cases. There were many other departments that maintained the daily operations of Huiyun HQ. These departments were like the police stations in Subworld number 003 of the Ordinary Society. However, Azure Blue was a cultivation civilization of the immortal path. In order to deal with criminals with strong martial arts, they would normally have a special task force. They could use the simulator that was developed to deal with cultivators. In addition, there were many strange departments. For example, the divination department was used to find the hiding location of fugitives. However, it was not accurate when it came to powerful criminals. For example, the Weapons and Elixir Research Department was a department that provided weapons and elixir research and development. As the name suggested, it was a department that provided weapons and elixir research and development. There were even departments that could summon spirit beasts, but there was no department that could summon ghosts. Under the Fire Cloud General Headquarters, there are also 4 branches in the north, south, east, and west. Together, they formed a large net that maintained the security of Fire Cloud City. Apart from the local army, they were the largest organization of violence. Of course, this did not include the Pingtian Group. In Flaming Cloud City, it could be said that the Flat Sky Group was the only big company. Then, Tai Luocha rose to power and became the new mayor. Logically speaking, Old Nyo and his wife should be the real local tyrant when they worked together. But in fact, Nan Xiaonan realized that Tai Luocha's control over the Fire Cloud General Headquarters was not as strong as she imagined. The authority of the Fire Cloud General Headquarters was semi-independent. Even as the mayor of Fiery Cloud City, he only supervised the Fiery Cloud General Headquarters. In terms of administration, he didn't have the ability to directly interfere because all the law enforcement agencies in Blue Heaven were nominally subordinate to Kunlun's Southern Sky Gate Public Security Bureau. The appointment of every local police chief and branch chief had to be nominated by the local government. In the end, it was officially appointed by the Southern Sky Gate. Only then would it be effective. I remember that Blue Heaven doesn't seem to have a country. Lady Nan muttered as she put on the surgical gloves. Overall, it's like the structure of the Federation. After putting on the gloves, the next step was to prepare to dissect the corpse. But looking at the construction materials piled up around her, Lady Nan suddenly felt that she couldn't do anything. It doesn't make sense. She frowned subconsciously. Why do we have to wait for him to be here before we can start? If it was because they were afraid that the equipment and information here would be damaged, but the construction team could only work when the forensic officer was here, then wouldn't the forensic officer be unable to work? At the very least, if it was Nan Xiaonan herself, she would like to dissect the corpse in a quiet environment while listening to music. What's hidden here? She suddenly thought of something. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes and decided to do a little more. She stood in the middle of the room and closed her eyes. At the same time, her skin began to dissolve, slowly emitting wisps of grayish-black fog. The fog began to spread and soon filled the entire room. She didn't leave out any nooks and crannies, not even the ventilation ducts. After a while, Nan Xiaonan suddenly opened her eyes and walked directly to the operating table used for dissecting the corpse. She moved the table away, then squatted down and used the scalpel to pry open a piece of the wooden floor. She saw a pentagonal hole on the floor, a keyhole. Oh, yes, don't work too hard. Don't worry about the crops. It's almost summer vacation, right? Let's wait for me to come back during the holidays. Teacher Little, who climbed up the narrow staircase. The phone call was from home. It was from his mother. Blind date. Teacher Xiao, who pointed at the wallet at his waist and shook his head. I don't want to think about these things for now. I want to focus on my career. The school gave me a heavy task, so I have to work harder. The director said that I might be able to lead the high school team in the next international competition. Really, how could it not be? TV? If you can lead the team, of course you will be on TV. Bring glory to our ancestors? Of course. Mom, let's talk later. I have to lead the students for training. Okay, I will take care of my rest. He stood in front of the door and sighed slightly. After a while, he took out the key and opened the door. The TV was still on, but there was no one on the sofa. Teacher Xiao, who heard the sound of running water from the bathroom and knew that Gao Yang was in there. Teacher Xiao, who shook his head and turned off the TV with the remote control. He didn't think to say goodbye to Gao Yang and walked into his own room. To him, even though he and Gao Yang were renting together, they didn't have much interaction. He always felt that Gao Yang was a very mysterious guy who would often disappear for a few days and would often stay in his rented apartment for a few days without going out. Gao Yang was the type who wouldn't work as long as he didn't starve to death. Gao Yang was probably the first person that Teacher Xiao who knew who didn't have any desires. In the room, Teacher Xiao, who hung the new clothes he bought on a string to prevent them from wrinkling. He would wear them to the audition tomorrow. Tomorrow. Teacher Xiao, who laid on the bed and looked at the screen of his phone. Some headlines popped up. Sang Kuin caught. 9-striped dragon arrested. Click on the small picture to see the big picture. The small forest project is temporarily suspended, possibly due to geological problems. Click on the link to the new page. Firecloud headquarters announced that interest rates will be raised in the second half of this year. Royal Casino AO Men welcomes you. Crime scene in downtown. Lives are thinner than paper. Beautiful women have short lives. The death of a call girl. Is it a loss of humanity? Or, brother, come to my live broadcast room. Let's set an alarm. He fell into a deep sleep, as if something was wrapped around him. As if he was immersed in amniotic fluid, his body became very light. Boss, I'm off work too. See you tomorrow. Okay, I'll lock the door. After sending off the last employee, Tony turned off the lights and locked the door. Then he went to the nearby parking lot to pick up his car and left. After midnight, Firecloud City was like another world. At least 1/3 of the city was still brightly lit. Most of them were concentrated in the central city, and there was another concentrated in the eastern part of Firecloud City. The eastern part was also the area that developed the most rapidly besides the central city. Tony's home was in the eastern part. The distance between the districts wasn't short, but with the speed of the flying car, the commute time was at most 40 minutes. Moreover, the flying car itself was on autopilot, so the 40 minutes was enough for people to take a break. As for the accident of the autopilot, it was definitely not a problem with the brakes. It must be a human error. Would the battery explode? It was all powered by spirit stones, okay? How could spirit stones explode? Tony was rich, no matter in the past or now. The flying car slowly landed in the parking lot of a high-end apartment in the eastern part. Speaking of which, this apartment was given to him by a former customer. Later, after the customer died, her son came to the door. Unfortunately, the apartment had been transferred to Tony's name at that time, so she couldn't sue him. In the end, nothing was settled. However, Tony had disappeared for a few years. After he reappeared, not many people knew about him, especially in this apartment building. They only knew that he was a successful person who opened a high-end hair salon in the central city, where the rent was the most expensive in Fire Cloud City. "Mr. D, are you off work? I'll open the door for you." The service in the high-end apartment building was quite considerate. Even a small thing like pressing the elevator button was done by a beautiful housekeeper with a good figure and appearance. Of course, there was more personal service. "I want to rest early tonight." After a slight decline of the beautiful housekeeper's hint, Tony returned to the front of the door. The first lock was the fingerprint, the second lock was the pupil, the third lock was the voice print, and finally the last lock was the ordinary key. The moment he opened the door, the atmosphere of the whole living room was lit up instantly. After opening so many locks, Tony finally saw a figure sitting on the sofa. "Tony." Di Qinglong paused for a moment, then put down the key with a normal look. He walked to the refrigerator, took a bottle of ice water, walked to the figure and slowly sat down. "Next time you come, register in the lobby." Di Qinglong said indifferently, "It's okay to have one or two friends here occasionally. At least the property management and neighbors won't think that I'm a loner." "Why? Did I ruin your business?" The man chuckled. "The housekeeper downstairs is good. Don't you want to bring her up?" Di Qinglong said indifferently, "What's the matter?" The man leaned forward, put his elbows on his knees, and showed his whole face. This man was Tank, the boss of the Tank Bar, which specialized in selling information in the Infinite City. "I didn't want to disturb you," Tank said seriously. "It's the one on the upper level who wants to see you." Di Qinglong couldn't help but frown. "I remember that I've left the Infinite City, right?" Tank said casually, "Your resident status hasn't been revoked." The resident status was given by the Thunder Emperor. As long as the Thunder Emperor doesn't revoke it, you'll always be a resident of the Infinite City. Di Qinglong was silent for a moment, and then said, "What do you want?" Tank said, "Roland, you're a very good spy. You've had enough rest. The Heavenly King of the Black Mountain hopes that you can continue to create more value for the Infinite City. Your shop in the Central City is doing well now. Most of the customers are ladies of the city. You've always been good at dealing with women." Di Qinglong said, "I'm already past my prime. Now I'm just an ordinary middle-aged uncle. Aren't you overestimating me?" Tank stared at him and said seriously, "Do 3 more things for the Heavenly King. After that, I'll plead with the Heavenly King to revoke your resident status." "You said the same last time. 3 more things, that's the rule." Tank smiled and said, "You'll leave after you get 10 things, right?" "I'll think about it," Di Qinglong said in a low voice. "It had better not take too long." Tank narrowed his eyes. Then he took out a document and pushed it on the coffee table. "You should know that the Heavenly King's patience has never been very good. The time I can buy you is not much." Di Qinglong frowned, picked up the document bag, took out the information inside, and glanced at it. His face changed slightly. "This is—" Tank stood up and said casually, "As long as you're a resident of the Infinite City, no matter where you are and what you've done, we'll know it clearly. Roland." With that, Tank jumped down from the balcony. His movement was silent, but it still startled the birds that were resting, the red-eyed birds. The birds flew away hurriedly and flew away. After Tank landed, he tapped twice on the dial of his watch. After a stream of light, he turned into an ordinary-looking man. Then he sat in a flying car and drove into the night. The bird hovered in the air for a while, then suddenly fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Not long after, Shimin-Ka walked over slowly. At this time, there was a silver-gray eagle on his shoulder, and the eagle's eyes were red. Shimin-Ka looked at the broken body of the bird on the ground and muttered, "He's really careful, and he doesn't have any compassion at all." At this time, the silver-gray eagle was whispering something in Shimin-Ka's ear. It was repeating what the bird saw and heard. Roland, limitless city. The lock under the operating table was opened by Xing Chuang. Nan Xiaonan threw a button from Xing Chuang without hesitation because she was immune to physical objects. Move out. Soldier number 3. Chapter 2393. Safe. Not long after, soldier number 3 bounced back into Nan Xiaonan's hand. Since there was no danger, she walked into the hidden passage without hesitation. But soon, a heavy iron door blocked her way. The iron door wasn't completely closed, but there was a small window. It looked like a prison cell. That was what she thought when she first saw it. However, she didn't want to open the lock before she was sure what was behind the heavy iron door. After pondering for a moment, Nan Xiaonan immediately returned to the ground. In the dissection room that was filled with various tools and instruments, she actually found a gastroscope probe. Good heavens! Nan Xiaonan immediately used star creation on the gastroscope and brought it back to the basement. Then, she continued to use her star creation technique on the gastroscope. The gastroscope was like a small snake, slowly reaching into the space behind the heavy iron door through the gap of the small window cover. Nan Xiaonan squatted beside it and looked at it attentively. She didn't know what kind of dangers there were. Anyway, the real 11th beginning was lost in the pale blue. However, she had been in the pale blue for a few days, but she still hadn't succeeded in revealing the tip of the iceberg. It seems there's no danger. At this moment, what the camera was looking at wasn't some strange setup. It wasn't an illegal laboratory of a medical freak, nor was it some cruel torture chamber. Inside, it was actually a rather normal room, or rather, a living room. In the space of about 30 square meters, there was a bed, a bookshelf, a desk, and even a bathroom. Overall, the environment was surprisingly good. Is this the real medical officer's canon? Miss Nan had no choice but to start imagining things with her rich experience. The condition of this hidden room was so good that it was like heaven for a certain type of otaku. Wait, someone is coming out. Her heart skipped a beat. She saw the bathroom door slowly open, and with a burst of steam, a figure slowly walked out. She couldn't see the full face of the person, but she could see that it was a male figure. Lady Nan couldn't help but open her eyes wide in curiosity. The medical officer was hiding a man in this golden room. Finally, the man who had walked out of the bathroom slowly sat down in front of the desk, and a man's face slowly entered the view of the peeper. Little by little, Nan Xiaonan was finally able to see the full appearance of the other party. Medical officer. Nan Xiaonan abruptly raised her head and subconsciously rubbed her eyes. Then she continued to stare. After confirming again and again, the man in the hidden room was actually Medical Officer Fong. At least, it was a man who looked exactly like Medical Officer Fong. Twins? Or the one inside was the real Medical Officer Old Fong, and the one outside was a fake? If the person outside was an imposter, then wouldn't she be impersonating an imposter, taking the risk of loneliness? The medical officer in the room didn't know that someone was spying on him. At this moment, he was sitting in front of the desk, concentrating on writing something. As he was writing, he would go to the bookshelf from time to time to look for information. Nan Xiaonan observed for a while outside the door. She didn't choose to contact the guy in the room. Instead, she chose to leave quietly. She was a professional in this field. She didn't make any sound and didn't disturb the person inside until she covered the floor of the autopsy room again. It seems that old Fong didn't allow people to decorate the room casually. He was afraid that the things in the room would be discovered. She leaned against the operating table and muttered, but she had no clue. That night, no one came to disturb her. Officer Ma too. Zero didn't appear in a hurry to ask for the autopsy report, nor did the young lady from Huiyun City. After Nan Xiaonan had her fun dissecting the corpse, she quietly left the gloomy forensic department and went straight to the parking lot. She found old Fong's car and drove away calmly. She didn't stop under an overpass until she was far away from the Fire Cloud General Headquarters and opened the trunk of the car. In the trunk, the medical officer's mouth was gagged, his hands and feet were tied, and he was only wearing his underwear. He hadn't woken up yet. Lady Nan rubbed her chin and sized him up. She suddenly stretched out her hands and started to rub the medical officer's face. Well, this face is real, but... Nan Xiaonan narrowed her eyes. There are traces of plastic surgery. This person deliberately made himself look like the medical officer. Then, the one imprisoned in the autopsy room might be the real medical officer. Old Fong rubbed his neck and slowly woke up. He yawned, and then looked around blankly. At this time, he was sitting in the driver's seat, and the car had actually driven under an overpass at some point. What happened? Old Fong only remembered that after he left the general headquarters and got on the car, he turned on the autopilot mode. Then, he suddenly felt tired and fell asleep. However, the destination of the autopilot mode should be his apartment. A strange feeling made old Fong feel uneasy. Not long ago, he had been robbed. He was stripped naked and stuffed into the trunk of a car. He regarded it as the greatest humiliation of his life. Am I being targeted? Old Fong shivered, his fingers trembling as he turned on the control panel of the car. He was checking the driving record of the car. However, when he found that there was no problem with the driving record, and even the destination set at the beginning was the current place, he was a little confused. Old Fong thought for a while and then drove back to the Fire Cloud General Headquarters. At this time, there was a new group of guards. Dr. Fong, why did you suddenly? I have something to do. Old Fong didn't say much. After entering the police station, he went straight to his office. Open the door, lock the door, open the door, lock the door, open the door, lock the door. Finally, after locking the door of the autopsy room, he moved the operating table, lifted the floorboard, and opened the lock to the underground storage room. Finally, he appeared in front of the heavy iron door. He didn't open the iron door, but observed everything in the room through the ventilation window. At this time, the medical officer in the room was still sitting in front of the desk, concentrating on writing something. However, from the corner of his eyes, the medical officer in the room saw a pair of eyes appearing at the window of the ventilation window. He stopped writing and slowly turned his head, meeting the pair of eyes that were peeping at him. The methods doctor in the room frowned and suddenly said, I said it won't be so fast. You are a little strange today. Your eyes tell me that you seem to be afraid of something. Has no one been here? Outside the door, old Fong suddenly asked in a low voice. The methods doctor in the room said indifferently, someone came. Who? Who came? Old Fong's voice suddenly became sharp, and then he said in a low voice, No, you are lying to me. The methods doctor in the room still said indifferently, If you think I am lying to you, then I am lying to you. If you think I am not, then I am not. Who knows if someone came or not? Maybe someone really came, and even I didn't notice it. But maybe someone has already found me. Humph! Old Fong snorted coldly outside the door. No one came. This lock is specially made, and it will change every time it is opened. Only I know the order. The order hasn't changed. Don't try to do a psychological war with me. This is the only place where you can live. If so, what are you afraid of? The methods doctor in the room said indifferently, What do you have to be afraid of, you shameful imposter? No, I am the real one. You are the imposter. Old Fong outside the door gritted his teeth, closing the ventilation window directly, and then hurriedly left the underground storage room. When old Fong returned to the autopsy room, he was already upset and wanted to leave this place. But the moment he opened the door, old Fong suddenly stopped. Someone touched the things here. The tools used for autopsy were touched by someone. Old Fong was startled, and with a trace of doubt and nervousness, he slowly walked to the place where the corpses were placed. The owner had placed 2 corpses here. To be specific, it should be a corpse and a skeleton. Gu Yao's corpse, as well as the skeleton that was brought out from somewhere in the periphery of Limitless City, were all placed in a special bag. Old Fong slowly unzipped the bag containing Gu Yao's corpse. When he saw the newly sutured knife marks on the corpse, old Fong's hands and feet turned cold, and he took 2 steps back in horror. The corpse had been dissected, but the suturing technique was not his at this moment. The light in the autopsy room suddenly flickered. The moment the light flickered, the sterilization light in the autopsy room turned on, and the room turned into a cold fluorescent blue. Old Fong subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. On the operating table beside him, Gu Yao's corpse slowly sat up. Under the purplish blue light, the body appeared even paler. She moved her legs and slowly walked down from the operating table. Old Fong subconsciously stepped back, but he had nowhere to go. He was pressed against the door. At this moment, Gu Yao held her head with one hand and slowly walked over. In her head, the eye sockets had been gouged out, and like 2 black holes, they were aimed at Old Fong. Old Fong suddenly took a cold breath, and his teeth trembled. Suddenly, Gu Yao raised her arm. She actually slowly opened her palm. Then, she slowly moved her palm to the eye sockets where her eyes had been gouged out. She covered the eye sockets with her hand. Old Fong subconsciously looked at the palm as if he was possessed by a demon. Suddenly, the palm turned over, and the position of the palm was aimed at Old Fong. The muddy eyeball embedded in the palm suddenly appeared in front of Old Fong's eyes. Bang! Old Fong fell to the ground and fainted. After a while, a cloud of gray mist suddenly came out from Gu Yao's body and gathered. Lady Nan blinked, squatting down in front of Old Fong, and slightly slapped him twice, murmuring, "Why are you so timid? As a forensic doctor, we have seen all kinds of big scenes. So shameful." Shaking her head, Nan Xiaonan put Gu Yao's body back into the box. After apologizing a little, Nan Xiaonan took the unconscious Old Fong to the side and slapped him a few times, waking him up. Old Fong just woke up and saw 2 big eyes in the mist staring at him. Before he could react, he felt his consciousness blurred and his eyes gradually lost consciousness. "What's your name?" Nan Xiaonan asked directly at this time. "Fong Tsong-yin." Old Fong replied expressionlessly. Nan Xiaonan frowned. "I'm talking about your real name. What's your name?" "Fong Tsong-yin." Old Fong replied again. Fong Tsong-yin was the name of the medical officer. Nan Xiaonan pondered. "If you are Fong Tsong-yin, then who is the one locked down below?" Old Fong's face showed a slight hint of struggle. Nan Xiaonan saw this and increased the power output to control Old Fong's consciousness again. "He is Fong Tsong-yin." "You, who is the real Fong Tsong-yin?" Nan Xiaonan asked subconsciously. Old Fong showed a struggling expression again, and this time, the more Nan Xiaonan increased the power output, the more painful Old Fong's face became. "Say it!" Her eyes glowed with a strange light. Old Fong's brain seemed to have been subjected to a terrible ultrasonic wave, and his 7 orifices were gradually bleeding. Nan Xiaonan suddenly stopped, and at this time, Old Fong fell to the ground again. She couldn't continue, or this Old Fong's brain would explode. The strength of this fellow's subconscious resistance had even exceeded Nan Xiaonan's expectations. It was as if it wasn't just Old Fong's subconscious that was resisting, there was also another extremely secretive and powerful force that was blocking something. This was already the best result she could achieve with her current ability. Could it be? Nan Xiaonan looked thoughtfully at the direction of the underground storage room. This old Fong couldn't make it, but there was obviously another old Fong in the underground storage room. She felt that she had discovered something incredible. Mind control was never the strong point of this demon girl in her subworld. Although when one's mind power reached a certain level, he didn't need to learn and could more or less understand it automatically. But this was really not her strong point. It was okay to affect ordinary people. If people's subconscious resisted, she could only be barbaric, and the person's brain would explode. Lady Nan really didn't have the talent in this area. Her potential was probably all in the star creation technique. There were gains and losses and so on. The heavy iron door of the underground storage room slowly opened. Fong Tsongyin, who was sitting at the desk, looked at the open iron door in surprise. In his memory, the number of times this door had been opened could be counted on one hand. When the door opened, Fong Tsongyin looked at the guy who looked exactly like him, and when he slowly walked in, his eyes couldn't remain calm. "You're really strange today." Fong Tsongyin took a deep breath and said, "Do you still remember when we met for the first time?" The method doctor at the iron gate said slowly, "Do you remember when we first met?" The tone was like an ordinary conversation. Fong Tsongyin was startled. The doctor's opening words made him feel a little uneasy in his heart. Usually, these words were said when he wanted to kill someone to silence them. Finally, he couldn't help but do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 2394. Although his talent tree was crooked since he was young, he used to be a respectable figure in the void. What's more, the black soul body was born with a certain temptation attribute, which could induce the thoughts of the target to a certain extent. Lady Nan appeared in front of the other Fong Tsongyin as the method doctor. She was trying her best to create a strange atmosphere. Sure enough, after the "Do you still remember when we first met?" Fong Tsongyin in the storage room instantly fell into silence. How could I forget? Finally, Fong Tsongyin slowly opened his mouth, unusually calm. It's like the intersection of time and space. You appeared in front of me, or I appeared in front of you. Until now, I still can't believe it. The method doctor said faintly, "Have you ever thought of leaving?" Fong Tsongyin looked at him in confusion, and then said indifferently, "It's you who wants to go back to that ordinary world." The method doctor thought for a while and said, "You know I can't help it. I can't let you appear so blatantly. You should understand how incredible this is." Lady Nan felt that her speaking skills had already reached the peak. Even if she still didn't know the specific experience between the two, it didn't hinder her from talking about it. Except for the boss who could directly control her state of mind and the servant girl who didn't need to reason with her, she wasn't afraid of anyone. Fong Tsongyin looked at the other him deeply at this time. "You don't have to apologize to me. If it were in my world, I'm afraid I would do the same thing." The method doctor thought for a while and said, "Say it again. What happened before you came?" "You've asked many times." Fong Tsongyin couldn't help but frown. The method doctor said indifferently, before the answer is found, "It's necessary to repeat it." Fong Tsongyin slowly sighed. He was a person who pursued the truth, and he was also very good at verifying something over and over again. Concentration and meticulousness. It was because of this character that he could become an excellent medical examiner in his original world. Fong Tsongyin took a sip of water, adjusted his emotions, and slowly said, "That day I received a notice that a corpse was found, and I was asked to give an examination report as soon as possible." Nan Xiaonan listened quietly. She did not know the origins of this Fong Tsongyin, but she was certain that he came from a relatively ordinary subworld. Evidently, there were no transcendence in it. Of course, perhaps there was, but he didn't know. Perhaps there really wasn't, or perhaps it was just beginning to sprout. Fong Tsongyin was just one of the many people in this subworld whose serial number was unknown. At most, he was an elite in the industry, but obviously he was not in the class that could come into contact with the truth of the world. But Fong Tsung-yin had to endure the teasing of fate, starting from the discovery of a very strange corpse. At that time, Fong Tsung-yin would never have thought that the corpse he came into contact with could not be called a human. It could only be called a human-like creature. At that time, I didn't know what kind of creature it was, but my initial judgment was that the corpse had many parts of a beast. It was like the transformation of a human into a beast, but also like the sudden transformation of a beast into a human. It was like the legendary monster that turned into a human. I've never seen such a corpse before, and I knew at that time that the time I could come into contact with this corpse was extremely limited, because the corpse was likely to be taken away by a higher-level department soon. You should understand that feeling. When a new species is placed in front of you, you can't help but want to explore it. It was as if I was possessed. I picked up the scalpel and gently cut open its body. In fact, Fong Tsung-yin's memory of this dissection was quite vague. He seemed to be able to recount it at most. In many places he even used perhaps, possibly, probably, and so on. When he was dissecting that strange corpse, he might have even been unconscious. But Nan Xiaonan still listened to him without missing a word. "It's a bead." Fong Tsung-yin slowly raised his head at this time. "I found a bead in the abdomen of the corpse, glowing. It was silver, soft on the outside, like it was alive. I subconsciously picked it up and looked at it in a daze. When I came back to my senses, I saw you." Method Doctor thought for a while and said, "During the whole process, did you feel anything special?" Fong Tsung-yin said, "There was a sense of distance, didn't I tell you?" Method Doctor shook his head and said, "I mean other feelings." Fong Tsung-yin could only shake his head. The Method Doctor said, "That bead." Fong Tsung-yin frowned and said, "I've said many times it disappeared. It disappeared from my hands. You lunatic, you really planned to cut open my body to look for it, right?" He was obviously not as calm as he had imagined. Or rather, all of his calmness was a forced act. He had always been afraid, in this strange world where there was another him. But the structure of the entire society was completely different from that of the other him. "Calm down." Method Doctor shouted in a deep voice, and even used some spiritual power. Fong Tsung-yin's face instantly paled, and a touch of fear appeared in his eyes. He only felt that the guy in front of him was more terrifying than before. "The corpse." Method Doctor said, "Do you know the cause of death? Even if the body structure is different, the cause of death can probably be seen." Fong Tsung-yin said subconsciously, "There are many wounds on its body, as if it had experienced a terrible battle. A lot of bones were broken, and a lot of cuts. Its chest even completely collapsed. But according to the scene report of the corpse, where the corpse was found, there were no traces of a fight." "How was the corpse found?" "It was said that the corpse first appeared in the yard of a family. According to the family, they suddenly saw a burst of light in the yard, and then the corpse suddenly appeared." Method Doctor nodded, and then suddenly looked at the things on the table. Here, there was a lot of information written by Fong Tsung-yin. It seemed to be a thesis. Fong Tsung-yin frowned and said, I haven't finished writing. When I finish, I'll give it to you. I might not be able to do this kind of research. The knowledge gap between the two worlds is too difficult for me." All right. So old Fong of Azure Blue trapped Fong Tsung-yin here for this purpose. The subworld civilization Fong Tsung-yin might not be more advanced than Pale Blue or even lower, but Fong Tsung-yin's subworld might have some good points. At this time, the medical officer only showed an ambiguous sneer to end the scene, which made Fong Tsung-yin's hair stand. He gritted his teeth and suddenly said in a low voice, "You can let me leave here. After leaving here, I can change my face and give up my identity as Fong Tsung-yin. I'm no threat to you. I just need the free air. After leaving here, I can still continue to work for you." "How long have you been here?" Method Doctor asked indifferently. 7 years, 4 months, and 3 days. I remember every day." He suppressed his emotions and said, "Method," Doctor smiled and said, "If you don't want to stay here for another 7 years, then behave yourself. I'll consider your request. After all, I won't stay here forever. There will be a time when I have to leave. If I leave here, I won't let you stay here." These words seemed to ignite new hope in Fong Song-yin. He hurriedly said, "I need a new batch of academic materials. Send it to me as soon as possible." "I'll find time to send it," he promised first. Nan Xiaonan didn't stay in the basement for long. She returned to the autopsy room with a lot of doubts. Old Fong of pale blue hadn't woken up yet. Is the barrier between subworlds so fragile? Can ordinary people break it? She looked at Old Fong of pale blue and rubbed her chin. It was not unheard of for people from 2 subworlds to appear at the same time in the void. In fact, in terms of the huge number of subworlds, there were actually many similar subworlds. Because there were too many such legends, it created the hypothesis of parallel worlds circulating in different subworlds. Most of the theories, such as divinity, visual sense, déjà vu, and so on, came from the interference between the subworlds. But under normal circumstances, the interference between the subworlds would soon be corrected by the will of the subworlds. 2 similar people couldn't exist at the same time. This was the basic logic of each subworld. Wait, Nan Xiaonan was startled. Boss said that the will of this subworld disappeared. That was the first day Boss Luo came to Pale Blue. On the first day, Boss Luo had already looked for Araya in the subworld of Pale Blue, but didn't find him. Since she became a black soul messenger, Nan Xiaonan almost couldn't feel that the will of the subworld was spying on the intruders. It was as if she had obtained the official pass to all the subworlds. But at the same time, it was hard for her to judge the will of the subworld. There were gains and losses, which was in line with the principle of shop. So, examples similar to Fong Song-yin. Nan Xiaonan suddenly thought of something and muttered to herself, "Will there be more in Pale Blue? Or many of them?" While she was thinking, the door lock of the autopsy room moved. The door lock was fixed by Xing Chuang, so any movement could be immediately reflected in her heart. Nan Xiaonan blinked and calmly covered Old Fong in Pale Blue with a white cloth. Then she picked up a pair of scissors and started to clean it. The door was unlocked, and a figure slowly walked into the dissection room. Nan Xiaonan saw a man in a trench coat, the boss of Tank Bar in Infinite City. Tank, what is going on? The man who pushed open the door of the autopsy room was indeed the boss of Tank Bar. Tank. Nan Xiaonan had seen this guy once. It was when he went with Sirma 2, Zero and Red Boy to explore Infinite City. But obviously, it wasn't the first time that Tank met Old Fong in Pale Blue. "Why didn't you reply to me?" Tank asked expressionlessly while observing everything in the autopsy room. Method Doctor said calmly, "I had no choice but to send a salted fish here. It's not convenient for me to take my phone with me when I'm working." Tank furrowed his brows. There was some suspicion in his eyes. He glanced at the part of the operating table that was covered with a white cloth. He muttered, "This is the female corpse that was found during the day." "Guyao." Method Doctor shrugged. "Do you want to have a look?" "I just finished sewing it, so it's not as scary as when I found it. At least you won't lose your appetite." "No need." Tank shook his head and casually took 2 steps forward. "The Heavenly King asked me to pass a message to you." Heavenly King, the rulers of the upper area of Infinite City? Good heavens, this Old Fong of Azure Blue is actually related to Infinite City? What message? Why did he ask you to pass it on? The Method Doctor also frowned. At the same time, he revealed a suspicious expression and looked at Tank vigilantly. "Don't be nervous," Tank said calmly. "I came out this time to find someone else. I passed by here, so I came to see you. I didn't plan to come in directly, but you didn't respond." "What's the matter?" Method Doctor didn't deny it. Tank said, The Heavenly King hopes that you can provide some important clues to the Fire Cloud police station so that they can solve these 2 serial murders as soon as possible. Miss Nan's mind turned quickly. She said calmly, Target, this is the material. At this time, Tank slowly took out a photo and a document from his pocket. He placed them on the table and gently knocked on it. Do it secretly this time. After all, this guy leaves traces too easily. It's not in line with his usual style. Nan Xiaonan didn't rush to see the content of the photo. Instead, she frowned. What if the real murderer commits another crime? If it happens again, just say it's a copycat. Tank chuckled. I don't need to think of a reason. After all, you have a lot of experience in this area. Lady Nan didn't say anything this time. Tank suddenly said, By the way, last time, you haven't told me why you followed Old Ma to find me. Lady Nan said, I was caught by the young lady of Fire Cloud City on the spot. Believe it or not. I thought Old Ma discovered your identity as a resident. Tank nodded. It's okay. That's it. I'll wait for your good news. By the way, you need to change the lock here. It's not very secure. I let you in, okay? After Tank left, Nan Xiaonan muttered. The infiltration of Limitless City in Fire Cloud City was somewhat beyond her expectations. In other words, the reason why Limitless City's intelligence network was so powerful was precisely because of this pervasive infiltration. In the Fire Cloud City police force, besides Old Fong, how many of them were from Limitless City? So who is this guy? She picked up the photo, left by Tank. In the photo, it was a very handsome man. The scanner recorded the photo. Miss Nan made a cup of instant noodles, which she got from Old Fong's snack cabinet. Then she tapped hard on the keyboard with her big thumb, and the screen showed the information that had been identified. Lu Jiaming, captain of the Serious Crime Division of the East Branch of Fire Cloud City. Then there was a row of dazzling resume that could be called perfect. While she was looking at Lu Jiaming's resume, she opened a file that Tank had left behind. After skimming through it, she muttered, Good, this is really well arranged. End of this chapter. Chapter 2395. Oh, isn't this Big Lou? The rising star of the Fire Cloud Police Circle. I know him. I have wine. Tell me his story. Dr. Fong, what are you doing here? I have a niece who just graduated recently, and her family is rushing her. The information that could be found in the database was too dazzling, and the oral rumors were more down to earth. The storyteller was a guard who was transferred from the Eastern Branch. She found it in the database. Lu Jiaming, known as Big Lou in Jianghu, has solved several major cases since his debut and has been the champion of Fire Cloud Police Force's fighting competition for several consecutive years. At present, he is the most popular figure in the entire Fire Cloud Police Force's young generation, and he is very likely to become the youngest leader of Fire Cloud Police Force in the coming year. He was handsome, had a clean private life, and had a good reputation. He was the most handsome policeman in the Eastern Branch of Fire Cloud Police Circle, and the record holder of receiving 3,000 love letters in a month. The guard's style gradually changed. But, Dr. Fong, if you want to introduce a girl to Big Lou, then forget it. Big Lou has a lover. The information didn't say he was married. They are not married. Big Lou's fiancée was accidentally involved in the operation of the Eastern Branch and was seriously injured. They originally planned to get married, but later the woman needed to recuperate, so it has been delayed until now. I haven't heard any news of them getting married. But Big Lou loves his fiancée very much, and everyone in the Eastern Branch knows that. Do you think I have a chance? Dr. Fong, can you cure me? He left. When azure blue Old Fong woke up, he found himself in a strange place. There were no walls around him, and it was very narrow. His face was wet, and he was obviously awakened by someone who poured water on him. His whole body had been imprisoned, and he couldn't move. Old Fong recalled the scene he saw before he fell into a coma, and couldn't help but feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. However, what happened next left Old Fong at a loss for words. You're out. How could you come out? When a person who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him, the first thing that came to old Fang's mind was Fang Xongyan, who had been imprisoned in the other world. This was one of the biggest secrets hidden in the bottom of old Fang's heart. Even Infinite City didn't know about this. Method Doctor. Lady Nan was peeling an apple while looking at Azure Blue, old Fang with an expressionless face. From time to time, she would reveal a cold smile. Suddenly, she said, "The first time I saw this world at night, it was much more beautiful than I imagined." What do you want? Old Fang forced himself to calm down and said, "Even if you come out, this world is far more dangerous than you think. Without my protection, you can't live for more than 3 days." Nan Xiaonan narrowed her eyes and said, "You mean if it weren't for you, it would have been very easy for us to be exposed to the spies of Infinite City, right?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Azure Blue, old Fang shook his head. Nan Xiaonan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you're a resident of Infinite City. The fact that you're a spy of Infinite City in Fire Cloud General Headquarters hasn't been exposed. After all, I'm also you." Azure Blue, old Fang's expression changed slightly. Nan Xiaonan said indifferently, "I don't know how the Fire Cloud police force will deal with you if the fact that you're a spy of Infinite City is exposed. I also don't know if Infinite City will punish you if your identity as a spy is exposed. The profession of a traitor is really dangerous." "What do you want?" Azure Blue, old Fang said angrily, "You've come out. I can give you a new identity. I haven't touched you for so many years, have I? Now, your identity is my identity." Nan Xiaonan sneered and said, "After more than 7 years of imprisonment, it's time for you to have a taste. Don't worry, I'll live well for you." "You can't do this." "You can't." Azure Blue, old Fang was anxious. "You don't know too many things. You can't become me. Never. Only I know about this place." Nan Xiaonan said indifferently, "If something happens to me, this place will forever be a secret. Don't be curious as to why I can find such a place when I just came out. Do you think I can get out of the dungeon of the dissection room without anyone's help?" She stopped talking here, but it made Azure Blue old Fang's expression change again and again. In this simple game, Azure Blue, old Fang was almost completely defeated. "I'll come again next time." "Wait, don't go." Nan Xiaonan didn't even wait for Azure Blue, old Fang's reply, and simply left the narrow space with only 4 walls. Azure Blue, old Fang, had a suppressor on him that she had obtained from the Fire Cloud General Headquarters. Therefore, Azure Blue, old Fang would be very safe here. No one would be able to help him. He would be safe. After leaving the place where Azure Blue, old Fang was imprisoned, Nan Xiaonan returned to her real body. After a series of operations, it was already past 4 in the morning. She seriously suspected that she would be turned away and sleep on the street if she returned to the shop. Therefore, she decided to go back to the internet cafe and watch some movies with little Joe. She still had to study the information on the document that Tank had given her. On Sunday, in the morning, in the office, Sirmatu, Zero was lying on his stomach with his saliva soaking the files on his desk. Suddenly, Sirmatu, Zero's nose twitched. "This smell is it?" he murmured and suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a shining breakfast in front of him. "Beef offal soup! And it's the super hard to buy, Ching's beef mix." "Sirmatu." Zero was startled and wolfed it down. After finishing the soup, he sighed with satisfaction and lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes. "How do you know I like beef offal soup?" He looked at the little Luo in front of him. "It's a coincidence." Little Luo smiled. "I bought it on the way. I guess you haven't eaten yet." What an obedient newcomer. A new day became beautiful because of this bowl of beef offal noodles. "Officer Matu." Zero thought for a while and said, "I heard Sheeman asked you to send Mississippi Red Boy away yesterday. Did anything happen?" "No." "Sir Matu." Zero nodded and didn't ask further. He wanted to ask why the little Luo didn't come back after sending Miss Red Boy away, but he didn't want to ask. Because of the beef offal soup? Oh, what's the time? Sir Matu. Zero asked casually. 9:30. Let's go to old Fong's office. Sir Matu. Zero hurriedly stood up. We need to rush the autopsy report. Let me tell you, if you don't lock old Fong in the autopsy room and put a knife to his neck, he will delay the investigation until the next century. They greeted each other on the way and soon arrived at the medical examiner's office. When Sir Matu. Zero was about to knock on the door was opened and a dog head smiled at him. Old Ma was startled. Old Fong, who opened the door, bowed and said, Please come in. You want the autopsy report, right? It's ready, Old Ma. Oh. Sir Matu. Zero blinked and glanced at little Luo. What did I say? This guy is procrastinating. Isn't this a slap to my face? Thanks, Officer Matu. Zero subconsciously reached out to take it, but he saw old Fong pass the teacup to Luo Shaluo. It was embarrassing for him. Ahem. Sir Matu. Zero coughed and opened the autopsy report, pretending that he had finished reading it. Old Fong, did you find anything new about Gu Yao's body? The method doctor said, Gu Yao's sewing technique is the same as Wang Badan's sewing technique, but she's a little more skilled. Also, judging from the position of the heart that was removed, there's a high possibility that they're the same murderer. The real cause of death was her throat crushed? Sir Matu. Zero read the report carefully. That's right. The murderer crushed her throat before cutting off Gu Yao's head. Method doctor said, We found traces of being tied up on the victim's limbs. According to the layout of the murder scene, the victim struggled violently before she died. She seemed to be having a lot of fun. Her lower body was slightly torn. Sir Matu, Zero said, Can we get the body fluids of the murderer? We can. Method doctor shook his head, but we can only find the hairstylist you brought back yesterday. There's no murderer. The murderer was probably just abusing her. Wang Badan's body didn't. Sir Matu. Zero thought and turned to another page. His eyes lit up. Old Fong, it says here that there's a slight extract of Yalinki benphins in the victim's body. What's that? It's Shura's tear. Method doctor said slowly it's a highly potent neurotoxin that's almost extinct. The record of using it on Shura's tear is Jade Lake Heavenly Palace. Sir Matu. Zero blurted out, It's that thing. His face turned solemn. Little Luo glanced at Method Doctor and saw that Method Doctor also winked at him with an apologetic look. Officer Ma, what's Jade Lake Heavenly Palace? Little Luo played along. Sir Matu. Zero said in a deep voice, It's a very nasty poison that appeared in dark blue a few years ago. Because of its bad influence, even Kunlun was alarmed. Later on, they launched a large-scale operation in dark blue and finally destroyed the factory that made the Jade Lake Heavenly Palace. I remember there was a batch of valuable Jade Lake Heavenly Palace in Firecloud City, and one of the factory's strongholds was destroyed. Sir Matu. Zero stood up and paced back and forth. All the Jade Lake Heavenly Palaces should have been destroyed. How could they still appear? Maybe it was made recently. The medical officer continued. Sir Matu. Zero thought for a while and said, Shura's tear has strict requirements on the plantation. The Shura's tear is as precious as 1,000-year-old elixir. The South Sky Gate of Kunlun was involved in the destruction of the factory and the destruction of the Jade Lake Heavenly Palace. All the Jade Lake Heavenly Palaces in Firecloud City were recorded, but I'm not sure if there were any mistakes in the process. The method doctor suddenly said, I also found the same type of Azura's tear on Wangbadan. Why didn't you say so before? Sir Matu. Zero was stunned. Method doctor shrugged and said, I have 7 test reports and 5 bacterial culture reports. Can you come back in 7 days? Sir Matu. Zero coughed awkwardly and said, I suddenly thought of someone. Who? Delu. Surmatu. Zero said, seriously, Delu was the one who destroyed the stronghold in Fire Cloud City. He was also the one who created the Jade Lake Heavenly Palace. He was promoted to the youngest captain of the East Branch because of that contribution. Method Doctor said with a face of shocked, don't tell me you're suspecting him? Surmatu. Zero said grumpily, the Jade Lake Heavenly Palace is a taboo. Delu has a bright future ahead of him. Besides, he has nothing to do with the victims of the 2 murders. I'm just curious that the Jade Lake Heavenly Palace reappeared. Wait, I'm going to make a call. Surmatu. Zero hurriedly pushed open the door and walked out. Method Doctor blinked and looked at Officer Luo embarrassedly. Shall I get you another cup? Don't you want to explain? Little Luo said casually, Lady Nan. Limitless City? Little Luo was holding the document that Tank gave to Old Fong. Delu's photo was on it. At this time, Nan Xiaonan nodded and said, the development of this matter is a bit out of our expectations. I didn't expect Fong Tsongyin to be a spy in the Limitless City. However, compared to this matter, the other Fong Tsongyin locked up below is more important. Little Luo looked at the ground and suddenly asked, why do you think he's more important? Nan Xiaonan said subconsciously, Boss, there shouldn't be 2 identical souls in the same subworld. This is the basic logic of the subworld. Doesn't this prove that there's something wrong with the basic logic of the subworld? Our purpose in coming to Azure Blue this time is related to Senior 11. Perhaps these 2 matters are related. Little Luo thought for a while and said, what are you going to do next? Nan Xiaonan said subconsciously, I think we can continue to investigate Fong Tsongyin. Little Luo nodded and said, do you have enough time? Nan Xiaonan said, Old Fong of Azure Blue has been imprisoned. I'm Old Fong of Azure Blue now. The tanks in Infinite City shouldn't suspect me. There's no hurry. Boss, don't worry. Lady Nan is really capable. Little Luo blinked and said, I'm relieved. Don't be late to school. What the F asterisk CK? You can split me in half. Little Luo moved his finger and really split Nan Xiaonan in half. Nan Xiaonan 1 and Nan Xiaonan 2. Lady Nan was dumbfounded. Splitting her in half was not a problem. The problem was which one should go to school and which one should stay in Fire Cloud General Headquarters. You go to school. 2. End of chapter. Chapter 2396. For the sake of fairness, Nan Xiaonan 1 and Nan Xiaonan 2 reached an agreement that they would take turns every half a week. Because it was already Sunday, no matter if it was 1 or 2, they were very polite. It could be said that Kong Rong was a model example of giving way to pairs. Finally, Nan Xiaonan 1 went back to prepare for her lesson. Young Miss Nan 2, on the other hand, stayed behind with a dead expression on her face. Boss, it seems that Limitless City intends to direct the spearhead to Delu. Lady Nan 2 instantly became the medical officer and said, Limitless City wants to pull Delu down? What do they want to do? Did Delu offend Limitless City? Or did he block something from Limitless City? Little Luo officer said casually, Let's follow Limitless City's plan and get it done. Lady Nan 2 was stunned. Boss, do you mean we should follow Limitless City's plan? Little Luo officer said, If the person who got the information last night was the real Fong Tsongyin of Kanglin, would he do it? Lady Nan 2 paused and then nodded. She understood what Boss Luo meant. Even if she wasn't Fong Tsongyin, Limitless City's plan to frame Delu would still happen. Limitless City isn't simple. Lady Nan 2 thought for a while and said, It's only been 2 or 3 days since the murder, but they made a plan so quickly and prepared so many things. They're very decisive. Actually, Limitless City's plan had been made since she mentioned Shura's tear to Surma 2. At this moment, Surma 2 came back and said, Little Luo, follow me to the detention center. Little Luo officer thought for a while and said, Sang Kuin. Officer Matu. Zero showed a gratified expression. That's right. On the helicopter yesterday, Sang Kuin confessed because Sun Ming was there. But it might not be enough. I need to confirm something. Miss Nantu. The medical officer said calmly, go ahead. Old Ma, I want to check the skeleton you brought back from the Limitless City carefully. This case is getting weirder and weirder. Sir Matu sighed. The murderer is still confused. I hope there won't be any new victims. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a fiery cloud flashed across the sky. The only custom-made super heavy motorcycle, reverse 5 elements, landed in a small town. Tsuehua Town was a town under Fiery Cloud City. It was at the edge of Fiery Cloud City. After passing Verdant Mountain, it entered the territory of Shirtua City. Tsuehua Town was a simple town. The landing of reverse 5 elements caused a lot of commotion. Moreover, an old police car drove out of Tsuehua Town and stopped in front of the reverse 5 elements at the fastest speed. At this time, a white-haired, skinny police officer and a young policewoman got out of the police car. Although it was the police station of Tsuehua Town, there were only 5 people in the station, and one of them was a gatekeeper. Old he, who is this man? Not only did he exceed the speed limit, but he also made such a big fuss. The young policewoman frowned and asked. Old he was the sheriff of Tsuehua Town and the highest-ranking officer in the Tsuehua police station. It was good enough for such a small place to have a sheriff, especially one who was elected by the local residents. Shit, don't talk nonsense later. Don't mention something as trivial as speeding. Even if you tear down Tsuehua Town, she won't cause any trouble. Old he lowered his voice and said seriously, This is the miss of Flaming Cloud City. The young policewoman was stunned. She was born and raised here. When she grew up, she joined the local police station. In her limited life, she had never left this mountainous area. Fiery Cloud City seemed to be an unreachable place for her and an unreachable person. The young policewoman couldn't help but stick out her tongue. I heard that the boss of Flat Sky Group has 8 arms and 10 eyes. Does Bull Demon King's daughter also have 8 arms and 10 eyes? Old he knocked on the young policewoman's head. At this moment, a slim woman got off reverse 5 elements. When she took off her helmet, she looked so cool that the young policewoman couldn't help but rub her eyes. She seemed to feel the greatest evil in the world, the unfairness between people. You are Old he, the sheriff of Tsuehua Town. Red Child walked over directly. She wasn't overbearing, but she was born with a poker face, cold as ice. Yes, I am. Uncle Ho quickly nodded. I heard that you're coming here. My superiors have already informed me. Is there anything I can help you with? Red Child said directly, I'm here to find a person. His name is Gao Yang. This is the place where he was born, so there should be records of him. May I ask who Mr. Gao Yang is? Old he asked cautiously. Red Child glanced at Old he indifferently and said nothing. Old he quickly said, If you want to find someone, the household registration records are in our station. If it's convenient, please come with me, Miss Red Child. Let's go, don't waste time. Red Child said indifferently, I have to rush back to Fiery Cloud City tonight. She rushed over from Huayun City overnight without informing anyone. She didn't even inform Officer Ma, who was part of the homicide investigation team. Gao Yang's information in Fiery Cloud High School was missing. The information about Gao Gao in Fiery Cloud City's household registration system was very limited, so Red Child had the idea of going to Gao Yang's birthplace. After all, according to the household registration records, Gao Yang lived in Tsuehua Town for the first 20 years. As for whether she could find anything, she didn't have the confidence. It was just her intuition. As for whether there would be a problem if she left Fiery Cloud City without permission, there would be no problem. If she guessed correctly, there were at least 2 hidden forces in the sky above Tsuehua Town at this time. Needless to say, one must be from the Flat Sky Group, and the other was probably from her mother's side. She couldn't get rid of the spies her parents gave her. After all, her strength didn't allow her to do so, so she could only ignore them. In fact, from another point of view, if she couldn't accept being monitored at all times, she wouldn't have the freedom to walk freely in fiery Cloud City. "Miss Red Child, this way, please." 10 hours, a full 10 hours, a whole night. Wang Jufu was frowning at this time. He even paced anxiously. He had returned to his house and told Wang Baiwan about his wife's disappearance at the station. He had asked people to look around, but there was still no news of Mrs. Wang's whereabouts. Her mental state is very unstable now. It's really worrying. Wang Baiwan couldn't help sighing. "Don't worry, Little Snow's cultivation is not weak. Ordinary little thieves can't get close to her." Wang Jufu comforted him. This was more like self-comfort. "It's because Little Snow's cultivation is not weak that I am worried." Wang Baiwan rubbed his eyebrows and said, "You saw it yesterday. Little Snow already wanted to kill Miss Red Child. I was afraid that she would do something stupid, so I asked you to send her away overnight. You can't even keep an eye on your own wife. Tell me, apart from the surname Wang, what else do you look like me?" Wang Jufu said, "The protection around Miss Red Child is very strong. Even Little Snow can't get close to her easily." Wang Baiwan said angrily, "When you want to kill a person, you will tell the other party that I want to kill you. I'm going to do it now. Do you think you can just watch? Don't forget, with the relationship between Miss Red Child and Badan, she won't guard against Little Snow at all." This, Wang Jufu said worriedly. "Dad, why don't we discuss it with the rich aunt?" "That's the only way." Wang Baiwan sighed. "This matter, if it's not handled properly, maybe even your aunt can't handle it. Our Wang family has been living well for many years under the protection of Mayor Tai. Huyun, there are too many people eyeing our position. In any case, we must find Little Snow before it causes a disaster. Wang Lu, go and prepare the car for me." "Yes, master." The sound of panting sounded in the narrow corridor. He ran up the stairs as if his life depended on it. However, no matter how fast he ran, he could never reach the end of the stairs. "Scum, where are you going?" Behind him, there was a resentful roar. He didn't dare to look back. He knew who was behind him, so he had to run up even more desperately. Who can help me?" "You go. Just like that day go. Isn't this what you're best at? Using the student as a cushion. Stepping on the soles of your feet in exchange for a chance to escape? Scum, you keep running." The wrong stairs instantly turned into a flat surface. His whole body fell on the flat surface. He had to see what was behind him. It was like a huge spider, quickly crawling towards him. "Scum dash! Scum dash! Scum dash! Human! Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep dash." At the windowsill cabinet, the mobile phone was ringing, crazily. Teacher Xiao, who opened his eyes slightly. He subconsciously picked up the pillow and covered his head with force. Suddenly, he got up fiercely. He had an appointment with Tong Xin today for the advertisement audition. He might be able to get a generous reward if he could pass today's audition. He couldn't miss today's audition. After hurriedly dressing up, Teacher Xiao, who quickly walked out of the room and saw a small bag of buns on the table. He touched the bun and felt that it was still warm. Under the bag was a piece of paper with 2 simple words written on it: breakfast. Teacher Xiao, who was startled. He walked to the door of the other room and knocked. "Gaoyang, Gaoyang, are you back?" There was no response. Teacher Xiao, who subconsciously put his ear to it. "Don't disturb me. I just came back from an all-nighter. I'll die if I don't sleep now." A voice came. "I bought the buns on the road. If you don't want to eat, I'll make dinner. Good night. Don't forget about this month's utility bill." Teacher Xiao, who knocked again. But this time there was no response. Teacher Xiao, who shook his head. He picked up the bun and rushed out of the door. Today's audition place was quite a distance away from his rented apartment. As a product manager, Child's Heart was a professional. She didn't work hard with her body, but she did work hard with her body. She came to work earlier than anyone else and left work later than anyone else. She was the type who was prettier and more hardworking than anyone else. On the set, Child's Heart's busy figure could be seen everywhere. There was still more than an hour before the audition, but Child's Heart had already gone back and forth 3 times. "Sister, I'll put this box of things here. Why are you moving things?" Child's Heart had to stop what she was doing and frowned. "I only agreed to let you watch the audition, but I didn't say that I would hire you as a temporary worker. Even if you volunteer to help, I won't pay you an hourly wage." She really didn't know what to do with this cousin of hers. Xia Lili was like throwing money into her eyes. "No need." At this time, Xia Lili said with a smile, "I bought a batch of fast food from the fast food restaurant downstairs. When you get busy later, you definitely won't have time to eat. When the time comes, you can buy it from me." Child's Heart sighed and looked at Xia Lili helplessly. This girl's idol wasn't the handsome and popular male star of Azure Blue, nor was it Gao Zhan of the High School Alliance All-Star Competition. It was Niu Dagwang. Xia Lili even had posters of Niu Dagwang in her room. Child's Heart didn't know where to start complaining about this. Original price. Child's Heart said angrily, "Sell it or not, I won't let you lose money at most." "Are you still my sister?" Xia Lili stared at her with her big eyes in disbelief. Child's Heart crossed her arms and said, "Anyway, you definitely have a way to get the goods at a cheaper price. I can only give you the original price. If you can't make a profit, it's your fault. Okay, it's settled." "Okay." Xia Lili was disappointed for a while before she recovered and said casually, "Sister, is the model you mentioned not here yet?" "The appointment is at 10:30. It's still early." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xia Lili said, "Isn't that what you said? He is a teacher of Fiery Cloud High School." "I'm curious. You haven't told me who he is." Xia Lili knew that her cousin had very high standards, and ordinary people wouldn't enter her sight. However, in Xia Lili's perspective, there were only a few people in Fiery Cloud Heights who could enter her cousin's eyes. The new school Dr. Luo was very good and probably fit the bill. Unfortunately, she wasn't familiar with him. Otherwise, she could earn a lot of money from the introduction fee. Apart from that, Teacher Qing who should be able to do it as well. After all, he had been the most popular male teacher for 3 consecutive years. Apart from that, most of the male teachers in Fire Cloud High School were muscular men. Otherwise, they were old and relied on their experience to make a living. "His name is—" "Hey, he's here so early." Child's Heart's eyes lit up and looked at the entrance. Xia Lili followed her gaze. The girl's beautiful big eyes were filled with question marks. Teacher Xiaohu?" "Isn't he Bitchley?" "Yes, it's him, Teacher Li Jianren." Chapter 2397. "Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to come so early. I'm not ready yet." "Sorry, please wait here for a moment." Tong Xian led Teacher Xiaohu to the side and sat down. "It doesn't matter. I live a bit far from here. I was afraid of being delayed on the way here, so I left early." Teacher Xiaohu showed a decent smile. He had practiced this smile many times on the way here. This was probably the most natural smile he could have. "Delay? Why are you delayed?" Tong Xian blinked her eyes curiously. Xiaohu shook his head. He couldn't look at her anymore. He found that he had no resistance to a beauty in a skirt. Nothing special, but it's hard to say if it's an accident. Teacher Xiaohu stammered, "Oh, right? Who's that?" Actually, from the start, Teacher Xiaohu had felt a strange gaze on him. He looked over and saw a girl wearing a baseball cap and sportswear. She didn't look very old. "She's my younger sister. She's also visiting today." Tong Xen smiled. "Lily, why don't you come over?" Xia Lili suddenly pulled Tong Xen over and shouted, "Oh, sister, I don't know if I ate something wrong this morning." "Where's the washroom? Take me there." "This." Hey, don't pull me. Tong Xan had no choice but to turn back. That teacherly, I'll deal with it first. Okay, what are you doing? She knew that Xia Lily didn't really have a stomachache. Xia Lily frowned. Sister, do you really want this person to be your new product's advertising model? Huh. Tong Xan frowned and thought for a while. What do you mean? Why? Is there something wrong with Teacher Li? He didn't recognize you just now. Is it possible that he's not a teacher of Huayin High? Xia Lily said unhappily. It's normal that he can't recognize us. After all, we often go to the extraterrestrial battlefield and come back with a swollen face. If we don't call him, we won't recognize him. Sister, he's a teacher of our school. But I'm afraid he's not the kind of teacher you think he is. He's just a sparring teacher of the lowest level. Sparring partner? Tong Xan opened his mouth, subconsciously. Xia Lily shrugged and said, to put it simply, he's a human sandbag for the students to practice. Also, he's actually not that popular in school. I think you're going to end up being a model for your product. Tong Xan muttered, you beat him. I mean, have you ever attended Mr. Li's class? Xia Lily said, he's in charge of sparring with the seniors. As for me, I should be able to beat him up as soon as next year. Unexpectedly, Tong Xan suddenly knocked on her head. At this moment, his elder sister put her hands on her hips and said with a straight face, you have to treat your teachers with reverence. What's wrong with a sparring teacher? Without a sparring teacher, do you as students know how much you have mastered? Don't look down on those who contribute silently. But sis, that's enough. Tong Xan shook his head. No matter what, he's here. I'm the one who invited him to this audition. I won't call him away just because he's a sparring teacher. Whether he can be on camera or not is one thing, but we can't do things without sincerity, understand? At the very least, I want him to complete this audition. Okay. Xia Lily reluctantly nodded. Actually, she didn't want to dampen Tong Xan's mood. This cousin was one of the few people she had met in this world who was as honest as she appeared to be. Tong Xan continued with her work. Xia Lily, on the other hand, found an opportunity to sneak to teacher Xiao Hu's side and sit down. Mr. Xiao Hu. Teacher Xiao Hu, who was reading the script that Tong Xan gave him, froze. He subconsciously looked over and said hesitantly, I'm studying in Fire Cloud High School. I'm in the first grade group, combat class. Xia Lily said expressionlessly. Mr. Xiao Hu opened his mouth. His hand holding the script couldn't help but tighten a little, but it was only for a moment. Instantly his hand loosened. Mr. Xiao Hu smiled bitterly. I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. What are you going to do? Xia Lily asked curiously. Mr. Xiao Hu said, I'll tell your sister to give up this audition. Something happened at home. Not feeling well, etc. There will always be an excuse. There will always be an excuse. Xia Lily narrowed her eyes, just like how you found an excuse on the battlefield. Sorry to bother you. Mr. Xiao Hu stood up. Tell your sister that I have something to do and have to leave. He put the script on the chair and walked straight out the door. No reluctance. Li Jianren's decision surprised Xia Lily. She even thought that he would be angry and embarrassed. However, Xia Lily could feel a trace of reluctance in Li Jianren's eyes. She glanced at the script that was left behind. There were still clear wrinkles on it. She couldn't help but sigh. When he walked out of the building, Mr. Xiao, who looked up at the sky and felt a little dizzy, probably because the sun was too bright. He let out a long sigh and walked listlessly. Hey! Someone called out to him. It was the voice of the girl from before. Teacher Little, who subconsciously turned around and saw Xia Lily walking quickly towards him. Why are you? If you stand my sister up now, what will she do? Xia Lily rolled her eyes. Do you know how much work she did for the new product? If you don't pass the audition, it's fine, but you suddenly left. Don't you need money for today's venue and manpower? Are you going to pay for it? But my sister doesn't know about you. Xia Lili whispered. I'm just saying that you're not very popular in school. I didn't add salt or vinegar. It's a fact that you're not popular. I just entered school last year. They said that I didn't see what you did, so I won't comment, that's all. Mr. Xiao, who didn't say anything. Xia Lili suddenly slapped the script on him. That's all I have to say. It's up to you to decide if you want to go up or not. I'm not helping you. I just don't want to make things difficult for my sister. Also, remember, you're only here for the audition. You have nothing to do with my sister. Understand? I understand. Mr. Xiaohu nodded and said seriously, I'll go up and finish the audition. Xia Lili shrugged and said indifferently, You go in first, so that my sister won't think I said something to you if she sees me with you. You're very careful. Mr. Xiaohu couldn't help but say, You don't look like a little girl at all. I'm not in good health. Little Lily said indifferently, I started school a few years late. I'm not as little as you think I am. Let's go. Let's finish the audition and leave. Mr. Xiao, who nodded silently. He didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to finish the audition and finish it successfully. This was like an unusually strong desire. He took a deep breath and then forcefully wiped his face. It was as if a mysterious force was gushing out of his body. Let's go. Li Jianren said indifferently. Xia Lili looked at him in surprise. As she watched him walk into the building, the sunlight seemed to pierce her eyes, making her a little dazzled. He seems to be confident, as if he's a different person? Xia Lili's eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. How could it be? Li Jianren, Mr. Xiao Hu, the guy who was bullied to tears in Fire Cloud High School. But I feel that he doesn't know about Badan. Soha Town, in an old street, a police car stopped in front of an abandoned building. 3 people got out of the car. 14-2, it's here. Uncle Ho looked at the address and turned back. Miss Red Child, this is where Gao Yang used to live. What happened here? Red Child frowned. The house in front of her was not only abandoned, but also damaged. The outer wall had obvious burn marks. As for the windows, many places were broken, and the courtyard walls were overgrown with weeds. I know this, the policewoman hurriedly said. A few years ago, several refugees lived here quietly. Later, the house accidentally caught fire and burned to this state. It's written in the case file. Refugees? Red Child frowned. Old Ho explained, it's like this. After crossing Suihua Town, you'll be in the territory of Shirtua City. In recent years, the political situation of Shirtua City has not been very stable. It's chaotic, so there will be some people running here to hide. Usually, we will directly repatriate them after we find them. The house burned to this state. Didn't Gao Yang come back? Red Child asked directly. The policewoman said, We tried to contact the owner, but we couldn't get in touch with him. After a long time, we lost contact. As for whether he came back secretly, we don't know. I'll go in and take a look. Red Child walked over directly. Uncle Ho nodded and wanted to push open the iron gate in front of the courtyard. But Red Child kicked it open. Next was the front door of the house, which was also kicked open. In the past, the fire had burned almost everything in the house to ashes. Uncle Ho and the policewoman found 2 pieces of wood and picked them all along the way. But they didn't find anything useful. After a while, Red Child came down from upstairs with a photo frame in her hand. It was a group photo, a young man and a middle-aged woman with a haggard face. Red Child pointed to the woman in the photo and said, Who is this to Gao Yang? His mother? The policewoman said, It should be his mother. Gao Yang is currently a native of Suihua Town. He went out to work when he was young. But when Gao Yang was 5 years old, his mother took him back to Suihua Town to settle down. What about his father? I don't know. The policewoman shook her head. Gao Yang also followed his mother's surname. His mother's name is Gao Tsuelan. What about Gao Tsuelan? Red Child asked. The policewoman was already prepared. I checked the internet. The last place Gao Tsuelan registered to work was a company called Fire King in Huin City. but that was almost 30 years ago. I don't know if this company is still there. Fire King? Red Child's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the policewoman. Are you sure it's really Fire King? The Huiyun police station's internet is like this, probably. How could it be Fire King? Red Child muttered, frowning, and walked out of the house. Sheriff, did I say something wrong? The policewoman couldn't help but look at Uncle Ho nervously and asked curiously, Is there anything special about this Fire King company? Uncle Ho thought for a while and said, It happened many years ago. Of course, you young people don't know. The Fire King Corporation was the real giant of Huiyun City back then. Later on, the Flat Sky Corporation rose and the Fire King gradually withdrew from the stage. I heard that the Fire King, S-Boss, not only went crazy in the end, but also jumped to his death. Who? Red Child's cold shout suddenly came from outside the house. When Old Ho and the policewoman ran out in a hurry, they saw that Red Boy had already blocked off an old man. The young mistress of Flaming Cloud City didn't make a move, but the old man seemed to be frightened as he looked around at a loss. Misunderstanding. Uncle Ho quickly stepped forward and said, This is an old man in the town. His family lives nearby. He runs a breakfast shop. Misunderstanding. He's hiding outside sneakily, Red Child said indifferently. Uncle Ho looked at the old man and said, Old Zhao, what's the matter with you? Hearing that, the old man said, I saw your car parked at Suilon's house. I thought something happened, so I came to see. Why, what happened here? You know Gao Suilon's family? Red Child frowned slightly. Old Zhao subconsciously looked at Old He. Seeing Old He give him a look, he nodded and said slowly, Suilon's family lives here. We've been neighbors for decades. How should I put it? I watched Suilon grow up. Between neighbors, don't you think we're close? What about Gao Yang? Do you know him? Gao Yang. Old Zhao was stunned, then shook his head and said, It's fine if he doesn't say it. Back then, Suilon was terminally ill, but he didn't even bring her back for a look. Poor Suilon raised her son alone. She died alone. It was us outsiders who helped bury him. What about Gao Suilon's husband? Red Child said, Have you heard her mention it? Old Zhao said, Suilon never talks about these things. We don't know much. We only vaguely heard her say that her husband is no longer around. He probably died a long time ago, so she brought her son back to her hometown. If you want to find Gao Yang, it's probably difficult to find him. This guy almost cut off all his family ties. Red Child slowly sighed, but wrote down a phone number. Uncle, I'm sorry for scaring you just now. This is my contact number. If you see Gao Yang come back during this time, please contact me immediately. I will reward you. Apart from that, if you recall anything regarding Gao Suilon's family, you can also contact me. Old Zhao saved the number for the sake of the reward. Speaking of which, I do recall something. I remember that once Gao Yang and Suilon must have quarreled. It was late at night and it was raining. The child walked all the way out, saying that he was going to find his elder brother. Elder brother? I don't know either. Old Zhao shook his head. It was many years ago. It was raining heavily, so I didn't hear it clearly. He still has an elder brother. Flaming Cloud City. Flaming Cloud General Headquarters Detention Center. The cell's metal door slowly opened. In the cell, Sang Kuin was not only wearing layers of suppressors, but he was also wearing restraints. His mouth was also covered with a steel mask, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. The suspects in the same cell were obediently huddled in a corner. Some were even kneeling while facing the wall. Only Sang Kuin sat firmly in the middle, accompanied by the 9-striped dragon. At this moment, when he saw that it was Sirma too, Zero who came in, Sang Kuin directly sneered, then little Luosur came in. Sang Kuin's smile gradually disappeared. The 9-striped dragon also huddled in a corner. Chapter 2398. Interrogation. This time, Officer Ma only called out Sang Kuin and threw 9 tattooed dragon aside. After they left the cell returned to its original state. Those who were supposed to sit sat, those who were supposed to kneel, and finally it was 9 tattooed dragons turned to be the fiercest. This was because he had the most tattoos on his body. He really had 9 flying dragons tattooed on him. Are you scared? In the interrogation room, Sang Kuin was vigilantly sizing up the unbelievably ferocious guy from yesterday. Little Luo was sitting beside Officer Ma like a foil, but Sang Kuin didn't dare to relax at all. If it were the day before yesterday, he would not have believed that he would be beaten up by a single punch. He was, after all, a reputable person on the Huayun City's blacklist. He had fought his way up from a small fry. The first half of his life as a leader was also a bloody path. He couldn't compare to Limitless City as Thunder Emperor. He couldn't withstand Flat Sky as Influence, and when he saw Fire Clouds, Iron Rakshasa, he had to take a detour. But as a street overlord, Sang Kuin was serious. But when did Huayun Police Station cultivate such a terrifying new police officer? You're back. Sir Matu. Zero patted the table. Don't be in a daze. I have something to ask you. Sang Kuin sighed, saying calmly, Officer Ma, what else do you want to ask? I've already told you everything that needs to be said. The few people in the Eastern District branch all have shares in the businesses I do in the Eastern District, including that rising star Delu. He also took my red packet. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. Why are you still looking for me? Officer Ma said indifferently, Do you know that with your attitude, the presiding judge will not believe your slander in court? What false accusation? Sang Kuin sneered. There isn't a single person in the East Branch who is clean. You can investigate if you want, but I'll say this first. If you want to investigate, do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't get any evidence. Sir Ma said, I'm interrogating you today to ask you something else. Sang Kuin frowned. Officer Ma, the most you can do is sue me for illegally holding an underground boxing competition and arresting me. Don't pin the blame on me for other things. You've arrested me this time, but I was clean when I was under Fire Cloud. Yesterday on the helicopter, you personally admitted that you caused a car accident that killed 1 person on the spot. That's because Mr. Sun was there. Sang Kuin shrugged and said, I said that because I was threatened. If we go to court, I will still say that I was threatened. Sir Ma didn't take it seriously and said calmly, Sang Kuin, let me tell you, we're not only going to accuse you of illegal underground boxing and arrest, we're also going to accuse you of illegally possessing a large amount of first-class contraband. I don't know what you're talking about, Sang Kuin shrugged. From now on, I have nothing to say before the court. You probably don't know. Sir Ma chuckled. Just last night, the people in the East Branch found a ton of high-purity ice stone powder in the mezzanine under the arena where you held the boxing match. A ton, do you know what it means? Sang Kuin's face turned pale. Sir Ma said calmly, in dark blue, as long as you have more than 100 grams of ice stone powder, you can be sentenced to a ton. Think about how you're going to be sentenced, but you don't have to calculate it. Including the evidence provided by the East Branch and the evidence of you selling ice stone powder, you'll be in jail for life. A ton? Impossible. Sang Kuin sneered. Is scaring people so cheap these days? Sir Ma didn't waste time. He took out his phone and put it in front of Sang Kuin. A live news report video played slowly. At 2:00 in the morning, the East Branch found a ton of first-class contraband in Unit B7 of the Felix Industrial Building. Sang Kuin's eyes widened. In the past, when he watched the news, he would only look at the breasts of the female anchors, but this time, all his attention was attracted by the subtitles. Now, the person standing in front of me is the commander of this operation, Officer Liu of the East Branch. Officer Liu, do you have anything to say to the citizens about this operation? Sang Kuin was already clenching his teeth tightly. I've been working hard to maintain the security of Fire Cloud City, and I won't allow criminals to run rampant in Fire Cloud City. In the camera, Lou Jiaming was calm and magnanimous when facing the light. He spoke with conviction. Regarding this operation, our East District will hold a press conference in the future. We will give a detailed report to you and the citizens of Flaming Cloud City. Seeing that Sang Kuin was staring at his phone, Sir Ma put down the video and quickly took the phone back. As expected, Sang Kuin smashed his head on the table. Fortunately, I'm fast. Sir Ma too, Zero muttered. Lu, Jen, Ming, you tricked me. That's why I said that no matter what you say, the presiding judge might not believe you. He might not even believe you. Sir Ma moved closer. You're right. They'll destroy everything that's harmful to them, including you. Now, do you still want to talk to them about morality? Sang Kuin gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he had never been to court before. On the contrary, he was a frequent visitor. It was just that he managed to escape every time. That batch of goods isn't mine. Sang Kuin clenched his teeth. I've never been involved in the business of ice stone powder. You know, the contraband business in Fire Cloud City has always been monopolized by Limitless City. Even if others want to get involved, they have to consider the existence of Thunder Emperor. Other dismantlers only get their goods from Limitless City. I've never heard of a ton of ice stone powder. You didn't cooperate with Delu for this batch of goods? Sir Ma frowned. Sang Kuin said in a low voice, I've already said that I've never done this kind of business. Although people say that I'll do anything as long as I'm paid, that's because I know that I can get away with whatever I do. That's all. Then where did this batch of goods come from? Sang Kuin said, I don't know the details, but it must be from Limitless City. Only Limitless City can transport such a large batch of goods. In fact, you should know that since the Jade Lake Immortal Palace incident a few years ago, Pale Blue has been cracking down on contraband. In recent years, those who do this kind of work can only hide. Sang Kuin shook his head and thought for a while. Although I don't know the relationship between Delu and Limitless City, I know that some people are working for Delu. Who? Officer Ma asked. Sang Kuin hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I don't know the details, but maybe they're not from Fiery Cloud City. They're very mysterious. I wanted to investigate it, but the people who went to investigate didn't come back. However, there's a place where you can try your luck. Don't keep me guessing. Sang Kuin said seriously, Bayou Club. I know that Delu goes to this club twice a month, at the beginning and the end of the month. As for this club, its origin is mysterious. I haven't found out who the owner is. Bayou Club. Sir Ma shook his head. I've never heard of it. It's a private club with a membership system, not a water bath club on the roadside, Sang Kuin said seriously. Officer Ma, this time I won't hide it. Delu, that bastard, kicked me out after crossing the bridge. Even if I can't get out in this life, I'll drag him down with me. Listen, I still have an account book from when I was working with Delu and his gang. Where is it? Sir Ma's eyes suddenly brightened. The account book was a good thing. The key was not the numbers written on it, but the people mentioned in it, the whole network of the group. I won't take it out now. Sang Kuin said indifferently. I'll tell you when I'm going to court. And during this time, you have to guarantee my safety. Sir Ma said angrily, This is the headquarters of Fiery Cloud, not the Eastern Branch. Where do you think this is? In short, I will definitely tell you where the account book is hidden before we go to court. Sang Kuin stood up. Also, give me a single room. You think this is a hotel? Sir Ma snorted and waved his hand to let them in. Take him away. Only Sir Ma and little Luo were left in the interrogation room. Old Ma's eyebrows loosened and tightened, and he didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, he looked at little Luo. Are you curious why I'm here to ask about Sang Kuin when I'm supposed to be investigating the murder case? Little Luo said, according to Sang Kuin's 2 consecutive confessions, he has nothing to do with the 2 victims. Especially when Guyao died, Sang Kuin was still in charge of the boxing match. Yes. Sirma nodded. I'm looking for Sang Kuin because of the ice stone powder and the azura tear that Old Fong mentioned. Little Luo thought for a while. Do you suspect Lu Jianming? I don't suspect him. Sirma too. Zero shook his head. I'm just curious about the ice stone powder. In fact, if Old Fong didn't say that he found the azura tear in the two victims, I wouldn't have made any connection. Little Luo suddenly said, My father told me that some inspiration is needed to solve a case, but it's just a wild imagination at the beginning. Oh, really? Sirma too, Zero said. Is your father also an employee? Do I know him? That Luo guy. He should be old since he has a son like you. I don't remember him. He doesn't work here. Little Luo said in a low voice. Mas or two nodded, and then said, I'm thinking that if this ton of ice stone powder was taken out by Lu privately and his goal was to get rid of Sang Kuin, then there must be an even bigger group behind him. Such a group can't be built in a day. The appearance of Azura's tear reminds me that a few years ago it was Big Lu who took the lead to destroy the Jade Lake Fairy Palace in Huiyun City. Do you think Big Lu secretly left a part of the Jade Lake Fairy Palace behind? I heard that the law enforcers from Kunlun participated in the whole process. Little Luo thought for a while and said, The law enforcers from Kunlun are also human beings. Humans can be careless sometimes. Sirma shook his head. Besides, even if Lu has nothing to do with this case, he's still a big tumor in the Eastern District and even Fire Cloud City. It's a pleasant surprise that we stepped on this clue by accident. This is a great harvest. Little Luo suddenly said, Officer Ma, this is just your inspiration. Sirma was about to refute, but at this moment there was a shout outside the interrogation room. The alarm bell was even rung. What happened? Sirma said subconsciously, and then his face changed slightly. Is it Sang Kuin? He rushed out of the interrogation room instantly and saw several policemen hurriedly passing by in the corridor. What's the situation? Sirma caught one and asked directly. A prison guard on duty kidnapped a prisoner. When Sirma and Little Luo arrived at the scene, there were already 7 or 8 prison guards surrounding the scene. They were surrounding another prison guard who was covered with blood. At the feet of the blood-stained prison guard, there was a man lying on the ground. Sang Kuin. At this moment, Sang Kuin collapsed on the ground, with his legs twitching constantly. His throat had been cut, and blood kept flowing. Sang Kuin's eyes were now fixed on Sirma. Anger, despair, unwillingness. After a few twitches, Sang Kuin stopped moving and died with his eyes open. Damn it! Officer Ma gritted his teeth, glaring at the blood-stained prison guard. Tell me, who sent you? Do you think you can escape after killing people here? The prison guard's face was cold, and the weapon in his hand was still dripping blood. He looked at the crowd and suddenly sneered. F***CKU. Calm, indifferent. After a moment of indifference, the prison guard casually waved his hand. He was actually holding the dagger, which was the murder weapon, and directly slashed his own neck. His entire body fell to the ground, and a strange smile appeared on his face. There were 2 fresh corpses lying on the ground, but the scene was dead silent. Perhaps to the prison guards they had seen too many fights between prisoners and even the occasional murder of prisoners. But for a prison guard to kill a prisoner and then commit suicide, this was clearly the first time. Ma. Officer Ma, what's going on? Bastard. Officer Ma gritted his teeth. Where's the superintendent? Can someone tell me who recruited this guy? Oh no, someone died in cell 7. It's the 9-striped dragon. The 9-striped dragon is also dead. What? Sirma couldn't help but be alarmed. Not long ago, he said that this was the territory of the Fiery Cloud General Headquarters and not the East Branch. He never expected to be slapped in the face. At this moment, he was thinking, How many moles were there in the fiery cloud general headquarters? Instead, he calmed down. The death of a suspect here was even worse than the murder of Wang Badan and Gu Yao outside. Little Luo, what are you doing? Sir Ma frowned. He walked closer. Little Luo was squatting beside Sang Kuen's corpse. Look at his eyes. Eyes. Officer Ma was startled. He took a closer look and saw that Sang Kuen's eyes were slanted downwards. Old Ma suddenly flipped Sang Kuen's corpse over. On the floor, there was a strange symbol drawn with blood. Little Luo took a look. He seemed to want to tell you something. Before he died, he kept looking at you. What does this symbol represent? This isn't a symbol. This is the sign of a kindergarten. Sir Ma frowned. Kindergarten? Sir Ma nodded. My youngest son attends this kindergarten, so I recognized it at a glance. Little Luo blinked. Oh, in that case, pale blue. Mrs. Ma still couldn't escape the fate of the old muscle. Well, having a second child at an old age. Chapter 2399. Outside the parking lot of the detention center, Sir Ma came over with 2 bottles of water. He didn't look relaxed. You must be tired. Drink some water. Officer Ma gave him the water and said, the guy who killed Sang Kuen has been here for 5 years. He was transferred from the Eastern Branch. Little Luo asked curiously, is it normal to be transferred in Huiyun City? It's normal. Officer Ma too. Zero said without hesitation, there are vacancies every year. If there are no suitable graduates in the school, the other 4 branches will be the first to be considered. In fact, not only the Eastern Branch, there are many people from the other 4 branches in the headquarters. For the balance. Officer Ma nodded. It's a bit complicated. You should know that we're not completely under the control of the mayor. In some cases, we can even go beyond the mayor of Huiyun City. The headquarters is like a platform that allows outstanding people to jump to a bigger stage. Kunlun? Yes. Sir Ma said in a low voice, Kunlun, Nantian Gate, is the holy land of Kanglin. But it's still too early for you. You need to train yourself, and maybe you can go to Kunlun in the future. Little Luo smiled. It's good to go there if I have the chance, but I don't plan to leave Huiyun City yet. Confidence was a good thing, but Officer Ma felt that Xiao Luo was overconfident. However, he had reached such a high level in police fighting skills at such a young age. Although he was young, he had the right to be confident. Let's not talk about this, he then said. The message that Sang Kuen left behind before he died pointed to my son's kindergarten. I suspect that he might have hidden the secret account book in this kindergarten. Little Luo thought for a while. Do you think Lu Jiaming's gang knew that Sang Kuen had the account book? Very likely. Officer Ma said seriously, they might even be looking for it now. We have to find it earlier than them. As for the murder case, I'm afraid we can only rely on West Gate to do more work. Human lives were important, but DeLu was the representative of the entire corporation, which posed a greater threat to the company. Sir Ma could only make a choice after weighing the pros and cons. Aren't you going to report this to the general director? Officer Little Luo asked suddenly. Officer Ma couldn't help but stop. He remembered that Little Luo had joined the investigation team with the appointment of the director. To a certain extent, Little Luo could be considered as the director's representative. I suggest you keep it a secret for the time being. Sir Ma said casually, Of course, I can't stop you if you report it. Officer Little Luo said softly, Officer Ma, you can trust me. Azure Blue. Old Ma couldn't help but be startled. At this moment, it was as if he had known this newcomer for a long time. He couldn't help but be distracted and subconsciously said, Then let me believe you. Officer Little Luo said, Let's go to the kindergarten. Ding. The moment the elevator door opened, Tony didn't see the property manager with a good figure when he came back last night. Of course, it was the afternoon of the second day, so it was normal to change shifts. but in Tony's impression, most of the property managers in this high-end community were women. There were men, but they were usually young and handsome. However, the one in front of him was obviously not young. "I don't think I've seen you before." Tony looked at the guy in front of him and said, "She wasn't young, but she wasn't very old either. She had maintained a good figure. Perhaps some of the older noble women had certain needs in this area." "Hello, Mr. D." The male butler smiled and said, "I just started work today. It's the first time we meet. Please take care of me in the future." "Do you know me?" Tony frowned. The male butler said, "Before I started work, I had memorized the information of the residents in this building. I have a good memory, and I'm good at recognizing people. I've been standing here and saw the elevator coming down from the 39th floor. There are only 2 households on the 39th floor. One of them said that the owner went out for a trip recently, so I guessed it was you." "Good." Tony nodded. "Do your job well. There should be some people in this building who prefer your type. The lady in Block B on the 43rd floor just lost a pet dog last week, so she must be in a bad mood recently." The male butler was a little surprised, but soon understood. He whispered, "Thank you, Mr. D." "You're welcome." Tony suddenly smiled, as if he was mocking himself. "This is probably considered as loving what I do. All the best." The male butler looked at him blankly. Tony smiled faintly and ignored the new property butler. As usual, he walked to the parking lot and drove away. "Tony." After Di Qinglong left, the male butler hurried to the front desk and turned off the elevator's surveillance camera. At this moment, under the front desk, there was a pretty girl in a midnight butler's uniform lying on the ground. Apparently, the girl had fainted. The male butler looked around and walked directly into the elevator. He took the girl's door card and swiped it to the floor where Di Qinglong's house was. In front of the door, the male butler wiped his face, revealing a pale face with scars under his eyes. Shimin-ka. He put his palm gently on the door lock of Di Qinglong's house. His consciousness hit the restriction on the door hundreds of times per second. Spiritual restriction was a type of door lock that could only be opened by a suitable owner. Of course, only this kind of high-class apartment could provide it. Ordinary houses still mainly used traditional locks. After a while, there seemed to be a thin layer of fog on the door slowly dissipating. Shimin-ka chuckled and directly pushed the door open. He was instantly stunned by the luxurious decoration in the room and couldn't help but whistle. "Is it so easy to earn money by opening a hair salon?" Shaking his head, Shimin-ka made a gesture and pressed it on the wall. Instantly, lines of small silver ants began to crawl out from his palm. The silver ants quickly crawled into every small gap in the house in order to find if there were any hidden compartments or the like. At this time, Shimin-ka just needed to wait. He looked around the mansion casually and sighed. With the current property prices in Huiyun City, young people really had no way out. Even if they tried their best to live and spent all their strength, they could only live in a small space that couldn't even fit a bed. It was not as comfortable as being in prison. At this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air came. Shimin-ka's face froze. The moment he turned around instinctively, he put his hands in front of his body to protect himself. A huge force instantly hit his crossed arms. With a bang, he heard an explosion. It was a tennis ball that suddenly attacked him. The tennis ball had been broken and fell to the ground, still showing the whites of its eyes for a long time. Shimin-ka's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing a figure standing in front of the door. Di Qinglong. "I remember that before I left, I didn't say that I wanted cleaning service." Tony in front of the door said expressionlessly, "Are all the property managers nowadays so reckless?" Shimin-ka casually looked at her shattered sleeve, but she didn't panic. Instead, she curiously asked, "When did you find out?" Di Qinglong said indifferently, "I'm sensitive to smell, especially smell. When we met yesterday, I was very concerned about the smell of animals on your body. I've never met a guy like you who exudes the smell of animals from head to toe. Even the keepers in the zoo are not like you. It's like mixing in a herd of animals. Shimin Ka chuckled. This is a talent. No wonder you can still rule the cowhood market in Huiyun City for half a year, even though you've retired. I think this talent of yours is more used to distinguish the perfume scent of women, right? I'm willing to call you Duck King. Roland. You're not bad either. Di Qinglong walked into the room expressionlessly. Beast Tamer Shimin Ka, the most outstanding psychic in the history of Huiyun General Headquarters, a natural spiritual beast body. I'm only a private detective now. Shimin Ka's gaze shifted. I've checked. There's nothing valuable here. Then goodbye. With that, Shimin Ka casually walked past Di Qinglong and headed out of the door. At this moment, the moment they passed each other, the two moved together. An explosive shockwave spread out from the two of them in an instant, and the wooden floor was directly blasted apart. Why did you investigate me? Di Qinglong raised his leg like a long whip. He was clearly good at martial arts with his legs. I went to the hospital and know that you also went to the hospital to visit Guze yesterday. Shimin Ka blocked Di Qinglong's attack with some difficulty. You said that you only had an ordinary relationship with Gu Yao as a hairdresser and customer. Why did you visit Guze? Miss Yao and I were friends. She died, tragically, leaving behind a seriously ill younger brother. What's wrong with me visiting Guze? Di Qinglong said indifferently. Gu Yao's death is not simple. Shimin Ka quickly said, As for you, I'm afraid you aren't an ordinary hairdressing salon owner. You are such a skilled hairdresser, and you are the former Duck King. Furthermore, you have a close relationship with the deceased. Aren't you planning on explaining? If I don't investigate these matters thoroughly, I'll be letting down the person who hired me. Let's end the detective game here. Di Qinglong snorted coldly. You let the real culprit go unpunished and come to harass me. You must be a fake detective. You seem to know something about the culprit? I'm also looking. I won't let off the person who hurt Miss Yao. Why did you visit Guze yesterday? I already answered you. You didn't tell me the truth. Shimin Ka was sent flying by the kick and smashed into the wall. However, most of the force was neutralized, so she wasn't injured. Although they had been conversing, it was a dangerous conversation. The two of them didn't stop fighting, and their strength was gradually increasing. I don't have to tell you the truth. Shimin Ka said, You know me, so you should know why I left Fire Cloud General Headquarters. To me, I only want to catch the culprit. Other than that, who you are has nothing to do with me. If you also wish to catch the culprit who killed Gu Yao, Miss Yao, then cooperate with me. Tell me everything you know. As she said that, Shimin Ka suddenly gave up all her defenses. Her hands hung down, and she didn't dodge or hide from Di Qinglong's terrifying kick. It was to show her sincerity. Bang! However, that terrifying whip kick ruthlessly struck Shimin Ka's body. At the moment she was sent flying, other than the pain, Shimin Ka seemed to be a little confused. This didn't seem to be the case. Shimin Ka's consciousness suddenly went blank and she fainted. When Shimin Ka woke up again, it was already more than an hour later. He climbed up from the sofa, feeling as if his lungs were pierced by something while breathing. Shimin Ka coughed twice in pain. You're so stubborn. You actually didn't dodge. Di Qinglong said indifferently. You're really not afraid that I'll kick you to death. You're King going too far by kicking me down, okay? Even TV shows don't dare to do that. Shimin Ka rolled his eyes. You didn't kick me to death. Di Qinglong said, I did kick you. I used all my strength, but I didn't kick you to death. Shimin Ka suddenly felt a lingering fear. During the hour when he was unconscious, it was enough for the other party to kill him thousands of times. He shook his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I was too careless. Someone wants to deal with her, Di Qinglong suddenly said. Shimin Ka subconsciously frowned. Her? Miss Yao, Di Qinglong said slowly. before she got into trouble. She told me that she felt like someone wanted to harm her. She said she felt a gaze. What gaze? Di Qinglong thought for a while and said, I suspect that Miss Yao has been watched recently, so that's why she had this feeling. She said that this feeling only appeared after she went to visit her brother in the hospital. It appeared several times in the hospital. The hospital again. Shimin Ka muttered, Yesterday, other than you, someone else went to Gu Zei's ward. I know. Di Qinglong nodded. I saw another small gift. Who is it? Shimin Ka said, I lost him. In the hospital surveillance, this person looked like a man from the back. He has a medium build. Other than that, there's little information. However, his back looks similar to the guy in the hotel video that Miss Yao went to before she died. Di Qinglong muttered, If it's just a normal visit, he shouldn't be sneaking around. On the other hand, the other party doesn't want anyone to know that he appeared. Shimin Ka suddenly struggled to stand up. What are you going to do? Di Qinglong frowned. I advise you not to move. At least 2 of your ribs are broken. You really want to kick me to death? Shimin Ka smiled bitterly, then shook his head and said, I just remembered that I forgot to do one thing yesterday. What is it? You didn't open the gift from the mysterious person to see what's inside. Di Qinglong pondered for a while and said, coldly, I'll go too. Shimin Ka didn't refuse. He even put his hand on Di Qinglong's shoulder as if they were close friends. He really couldn't stand up. His lungs hurt. By the way, the lady upstairs who had a dead pet you mentioned just now, what kind of pet did she have? Di Qinglong rolled his eyes. Let's go, great detective. At this moment, Shimin Ka's pocket suddenly vibrated a few times. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was a message from the nurse in the hospital. After reading the message, Shimin Ka raised his head and said with a strange expression, The hospital said that Gu Zei woke up just now. End of this chapter. Chapter 2400. In the ward, the young man who had been bedridden for a long time. His face was extremely pale and dry. He was sitting in a daze. He seemed to be thinking about something. Shimin Ka retracted her gaze from the blinds and leaned against the wall. Doctor, what's wrong with him now? I feel like something is wrong with him. The patient has been in a coma for a long time. He was injured in the extraterritorial battlefield, so there's something wrong with his divine soul. The doctor looked at the report and said, His divine soul is injured. It's not a big problem, but it's not a small problem either. Later, I'll do a targeted resonance treatment to integrate his divine soul. But based on the current situation, it's better to let the patient adapt to the environment first. Di Qinglong couldn't help but frown. You mean there might be something wrong with his memory? The doctor said, From the preliminary examination, there's nothing wrong with his cognitive ability. His reaction may be a bit slow because he just woke up, but he'll get better soon. As for the rest, we still need to observe him. The patient has just woken up. Later, we'll do a full-body examination on him. Can we go in and ask him? Shimin Ka suddenly asked. It's best not to take too long. The doctor thought for a while and said, He should need a quiet environment. We know it won't take too long. Shimin Ka nodded. Gu Zei, do you still remember who you are? The young man on the bed looked at Shimin Ka blankly. He seemed to subconsciously shake his head and said incoherently, Who? Then do you remember that you have a sister? Di Qinglong asked. The young man shook his head in confusion. Have a good rest. You'll get better soon. After all, you've woken up. There's nothing better than this. Di Qinglong couldn't help but frown. After he and Shimin Ka looked at each other, he gently shook his head and signaled for them to leave. The young man nodded and silently watched Shimin Ka and Di Qinglong leave. Then he looked out of the window absent-mindedly. On the chair in the corridor outside the ward, Shimin Ka was holding 2 small gifts in her hands. She seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, Di Qinglong walked over and said indifferently, The blue one is for me. Shimin Ka shrugged and opened the other gift that was wrapped in yellow. What is this? Both of them were focused on the gift box, but when they saw what was inside the gift box, they couldn't help but show a surprised expression, because what was inside was obviously not something dangerous. Paper crane? The pink paper cranes were similar to the ones hanging in the ward, or rather, they were the same. Shimin Ka held the paper crane in his palm and carefully observed it. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "This is not an ordinary paper crane." "What is that?" Shimin Ka thought for a while and said, "This is not an ordinary origami, but a special material specially used for drawing talisman. If I am not mistaken, this should be cicada wing paper." This was obviously beyond Di Qinglong's knowledge. Anyway, he sat down and waited to see what Shimin Ka had to say. The cicada wing paper is handmade. There's no way to produce it in an assembly line. Shimin Ka pondered and said, "The annual production of this paper material is very limited. There shouldn't be many places in Huiyun City that supply it." Di Qinglong took the paper crane from Shimin Ka's hand and frowned. "Why do you use this special material for making talisman? Could it be?" With that, Di Qinglong quickly opened the paper crane. Then, a talisman full of folds appeared in front of them. Shimin Ka's eyes narrowed, but she heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it's not an explosive talisman." "What did you say?" Di Qinglong opened his mouth in surprise. Shimin Ka said, "At present, the explosive talisman of Azure Blue uses several fixed talisman gall runes, and then splices other runes to achieve different effects. However, it can't be separated from the fixed talisman gall. This talisman doesn't have these few talisman gall, so it won't explode. If it wanted to explode, it would have exploded long ago." Di Qinglong shook his head in annoyance. "You have studied talisman books? Can you tell what kind of talisman it is?" Shimin Ka spread out his hands and said, "I know about the talisman gallbladder of the detonation talisman because I once stayed in the explosives disposal class. What I learned was all about the detonation talisman. I'm not a professional talisman maker, so I need a professional to answer this question. Wait a minute." He suddenly took out his cell phone, and the caller was Sirma too. "Zero, I'll go to the doctor to find out more about Gu Zei's condition." Di Qinglong didn't say anything and directly left. No wonder he was the Duck King. He could even treat men so well. Shimin Ka picked up the phone and said directly, "Speak." "Okay, I got it. I'll leave the case to you." On the flying car, Sirma too. Zero was driving with the cell phone between his neck. "If you need anything, just call Linfoam. I've already talked to him, and he'll fully cooperate with you. Bye." After hanging up, Sirma suddenly looked at little Luo in the passenger seat. "Do you think it's inappropriate for me to leave this to Shimin?" Little Luo shook her head. "I heard from Mr. Shimin that he used to work for Fire Cloud General Headquarters. He's my partner." "Officer Ma said seriously, Shimin has been with me since he graduated. We cooperated seamlessly in those years. Now, don't think that he's just a private detective. In fact, he's more like a non-staff member of Huiyun HQ. Maybe he thinks it's more convenient to be a detective." "Why did he leave?" Little Luo asked curiously. "Sirma too," Zero said. "It's not a secret, but it was a big blow to Shimin. We had an operation that year and Shimin was late because of something. When he arrived, more than half of his team members were dead or injured. Since then, he couldn't recover from the setback. In the end, Shimin resigned and left the headquarters." "Well," little Luo nodded, pointing ahead calmly. "Red light." OF*CK. Sirma slammed on the brakes, wiping off the cold sweat. "Thank goodness, or I'll be fined this month." The flying car continued forward and soon landed in front of a building with a cute style. The destination of this trip was the kindergarten that Sang Kuan had left behind before he died. The kindergarten wasn't open on Sunday, but Sirma showed his ID. However, there were only 2 security guards in the kindergarten, so he couldn't get any information from them. But soon, a deputy principal came to the kindergarten. It was the security guard who had informed him. The deputy director was a plump woman of some age. Her hair was a little messy, probably because she came in a hurry. "Officers, may I know what you're investigating?" "We're chasing a criminal. Sir Ma made a random excuse he might have sneaked in, so I'm going to search your kindergarten." The deputy principal was shocked. Your Officer Ma, right?" "Ma, June's father. I saw you at the parent-teacher conference last time. Do you remember?" "Let's talk later. We're working on a case, so I hope you can understand." "Of course," the deputy principal hurriedly said. "Fortunately, it's a holiday today. Otherwise, it would be terrible if a dangerous person sneaked in. Officer Ma, please catch the criminal as soon as possible. We'll cooperate with you if you need anything." Sir Ma thought for a while and said, "Is there a parent called Chen Yokuin in your kindergarten?" Little Luo blinked. He had read the information and knew that Chen Yokuin was actually Sang Kuin. The deputy principal hurriedly took out her tablet to check the information. "We have many parents with the surname Chen, but no one called Chen Yokuin. Does it have anything to do with the criminal?" "Nothing, I'm just asking." Sir Ma said casually, "That guy owes me money. I heard that his child is here, so I'm just asking." "Ha!" After sending the deputy principal away, Sir Ma and little Luo walked into the kindergarten without any clue. Officer Ma had a hunch that the account book might be hidden here. The key point was that the kindergarten was not small, so it was obviously difficult to find the account book. If you were Sang Kuin and you wanted to hide something here, where would you hide it? Officer Ma pondered and asked. Little Luo thought for a while and said, "There are many children in the kindergarten. Children are more active. If you don't hide it well, you may be in danger of being discovered. Maybe you're thinking of a place where children don't often go. A place where children can't reach." Officer Ma thought for a while and said, "It's either underground or on the roof. Of course, there are many possibilities inside the walls. Maybe we can try that." Little Luo suddenly pointed. Officer Ma looked in the direction of the tip and found that what Xiao Luo was pointing at was the sign of the kindergarten at the gate, the kindergarten's logo. "Why didn't I think of that?" Officer Ma patted his head. The pattern left by Sang Kuin before he died not only refers to the kindergarten, but also the hiding place. Officer Xiao Luo said Chun Yokuin was dying at that time. If he wanted to leave the information of the collection location before he died, he would not show a large range of locations, but more accurate information. "Yes, I think of it now, that's right." Officer Ma too. Zero laughed. "You're good, you only got it a few seconds faster than me. Is this really the humble and wife-loving Uncle Ma?" Little Luo suddenly felt a sense of novelty, so he smiled. "I'll go and have a look." "It's not a big deal, just leave it to me." Officer Ma waved his hand, saying indifferently, "Don't look at me like this. I have a nickname that will scare you to death." Lightness skill, isn't it awesome? Back then, I represented Fire Cloud and participated in the Azure police games. As he spoke, Officer Ma, who was already middle-aged, could no longer hide his bulging belly. He simply gave up and spread his arms. Like an overweight white crane, he ran a few steps and really started to float. But his speed was not fast. Little Luo blinked his eyes. As expected, there were many interesting and different things in Kanglin police games. However, Subworld 003 had already begun to develop into a supernatural society. Perhaps when he returned next time, Ma Haud in Subworld 003 might be able to float as well. After a short while, Officer Ma too. Zero had climbed to the top of the 4-story signboard. He knocked on the logo at the top, and then he lifted a corner of the signboard and seemed to take something out. "Found it." Officer Ma too. Zero raised a black booklet and jumped down. However, a black shadow appeared behind Officer Ma too. Zero when he landed. In a split second, the black shadow slapped Officer Ma too. Zero's Junior with all his might. But at this moment, Officer Ma in Kanglin police games roared, "Black tortoise skill!" Bang! The palm hit Officer Ma too. Zero's back, making a loud sound like a tire bursting. Officer Matu. Zero stood there motionlessly. His body that was full of fat now looked like it had been injected with muscle expansion agent. Even his clothes were torn apart. He was muscular and had a mustache, looking extraordinary. The guy who sneaked up on Officer Matu. Zero showed his face. He was wearing a black leather coat, a pair of black gloves, and a white mask. Officer Matu. Zero rolled up the booklet and put it in his belt. His muscles twitched, and he sneered. I knew there was a stalker behind me. I was wondering when he would come out to fart. Can't wait any longer? The man with the mask didn't say anything. He rushed up again and slapped at Officer Matu. Zero again. This time Officer Matu. Zero didn't dodge. He burst out his muscles and was like a Herculean King Kong. However, right at this moment, a layer of bright, clear light suddenly appeared on the palm that was slapping towards him. Officer Matu. Zero exclaimed, F***. Chi gang, you're at level 4. Officer Matu. Zero shuddered when the palm was about to hit him. The technique he was using had the strongest defense among his level, but it had a disadvantage. He couldn't use it. Once he used it, the technique would be broken and he would die faster. He estimated that he could survive the attack with his black tortoise kung fu, so he would fall to the ground. But he couldn't hold the booklet. He thought for a moment. At that moment, the palm didn't really hit Officer Ma. It was about 10 centimeters away from his chest. The wrist of the sneak attacker was caught by a hand that didn't seem to have done any hard work. Little Luo, Officer Ma exclaimed in surprise, and then he said, How many stages are you at this time? At that moment, the sneak attacker's wrist made a cracking sound, and then his palm shrank a few inches and was pulled out from little Luo's grasp. The assailant quickly retreated several meters away. His hand had already been broken. I heard that a super newbie came to Fiery Cloud General Headquarters and defeated Sang Kuan, who ranked 10th on the blacklist. That guy is you, right? A low and hoarse voice came from the mouthless mask, and a pair of eyes that were filled with haze flickered uncertainly. Chapter 2401. In Pale Blue, there was a strict cultivation system, but modern people were lazy, so they used levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Actually, the people in Pale Blue were very careful. At least they didn't use LV 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to differentiate the levels. Level 4 was a watershed. Only those who reached level 4 would have the ability to explore Pale Blue. There was an old saying, Level 3 doesn't go out. This gate referred to the area, a city, or something like that. The outstanding people among the Tier 3 already had the capital to dominate the streets. For example, Sang Kuan, who was ranked 10th on the so-called Black List in the underworld of Fire Cloud City. He was one of the best among the Third Order cultivators. Level 3 was also called Grandmaster. Above Level 3 was Great Grandmaster. Sir Matu. Zero once saw little Luo beat down Sang Kuan and the 9-striped dragon with one punch. So he knew that this guy was a Level 3 Great Grandmaster, which meant a Level 4 cultivator. He directly asked little Luo what level he was at in the police force for convenience. This was because within Azure Blue, the police force's combat skills were one of the few paths that could be cultivated to the top. It did not only have combat skills, but also mental cultivation methods, movement techniques, and even dabbled in making talismans, refining weapons, and so on. Its real scientific name was actually the Jade Pure Scripture. It was an encyclopedia of cultivation methods that Kunlun had developed and was still developing. This was an unexpected surprise. After all, in Fiery Cloud City, there were very few Tier 4 experts in the headquarters and branches of the Finger Arts Department. In fact, the few directors and deputy directors at the top also had very high cultivation bases. However, they were already old and weak. They, who were unable to reach Tier 4, had long fallen from their peak. Now, they could only sigh and wait for death. A Level 4 Great Grandmaster, Level 3, who might reach level 5 surpasser before the age of 30. Surma was very excited about this talent. Therefore, Surma too. Zero felt that this was a sure thing since little Luo attacked. At this time, little Luo and the attacker looked at each other. Officer Ma too. Zero didn't dare to make any noise because he didn't want to disturb Xiao Luo, but his feet were itchy and he felt uncomfortable all over because his clothes were torn off. The main reason was that the mystical tortoise shield could not be maintained for long. Right now, his muscles, which were like golden wheels, were beginning to soften. "You are very young," the ambusher slowly said. "I've never seen someone with this level of cultivation. It's a pity that he died here. Hand it over. I don't want to ruin your bright future." Little Luo said seriously, "I'll take your persuasion seriously." The ambusher seemed to be a little surprised. He muttered to himself for a moment, then let out a cold snort. After that, his opponent's fists collided. During the collision, the ambusher's arms were actually covered with a layer of grayish-black armor that looked like the claws of a beast. Cultivation level doesn't represent strength. The strength of a Xiuzha also needs to take into account armament. After putting on the armor, the ambusher's speed increased a lot. At this moment, facing the fierce attack, little Luo stretched out his hand and tried to push the ambusher away. But unexpectedly, the ambusher didn't move at all. Little Luo blinked his eyes as if he was surprised. "Increase!" Another low voice suddenly appeared. The dragon eye on the strange gauntlet of the ambusher seemed to have come alive at this time, and actually emitted a faint light. The word increase seemed to have come from this gauntlet as well. The ambusher punched out, and his strength increased by at least 3 times. Little Luo blocked it with his fighting skills and retreated a few meters, but he was fine. Is this the Black Dragon King's claw of the 36 forbidden devices? At this moment, Surma too. Zero exclaimed, "Didn't the leader of the Black Dragon Gang get executed in Kunlun? How come you have his forbidden device?" The ambusher didn't answer. He just said indifferently, "I said, cultivation level doesn't mean everything. You'll have a bright future. Don't die here. Give it to me. I don't plan to kill anyone today." Little Luo pondered. "Officer Ma, how effective is this weapon?" Surma too. Zero didn't know this young man was still in the mood to care about this at this moment. He quickly said, "I don't know how much he developed the Black Dragon King's claw, but at least when the leader of the Black Dragon Gang had it, he had the combat power of a level 5 surpasser. In the end, Kunlun sent 2 level 6 law enforcers to take him down. This forbidden device is weird. It can increase the power greatly, but it also has great side effects." Little Luo nodded and suddenly asked, "Is there a level 5 officer in the Fiery Cloud City police force?" "What?" Surma too. Zero opened his mouth wide. "Only Yen. But he was promoted to Kunlun long ago. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. No, we can't just sit here and wait. I'll stall him. You have a higher cultivation level, so you can take the account book and run. I don't believe he can break through the Fiery Cloud General Headquarters. Do you think I'll give you a chance?" With a sneer, the ambusher turned into a black shadow. His speed was beyond Surma's observation. The Black Dragon King's claw directly grabbed his chest. Old Ma's softened muscles couldn't bulge up in an instant. A gust of wind blew, shaking his fat. "I'm dead," however, before he could finish his sentence, a gentle rotating force rose from under Officer Matu. Zero's feet and instantly covered his whole body. The moment the Black Dragon King's claw touched the rotating force, it bounced off. Little Luo put his hands together, and a green 8 trigrams rune appeared under his feet. Isn't this Yi Yan's signature technique? 8 trigrams? Surmatu. Zero shivered and said, F*CK. You're Yi Yan's student. I knew it. How could those trashy instructors in the Fiery Cloud Police Force Academy teach such a great master like you? I see. You've really tricked me. Little Luo wasn't surprised. Yi Yan's existence was just a coincidence. It was easy to download a person's combat power in seconds, as long as he knew the specific name. That was why he asked this question. After all, it would cost him a lot of energy. Why would he need a level 6 if he could solve it at level 5? Officer Luo only regarded this case as an experience that fulfilled his childhood dream. He didn't intend to spend too much of his life points for this. Besides, after knowing that the target was Yi Yan from Pale Blue, little Luo felt close to him. Yi Yan, Fire Cloud's god of criminal investigation. You're his student? The ambusher's emotions seemed to fluctuate, and his voice contained a trace of surprise. Little Luo said in a low voice, "To some extent, Yi Yan is my teacher." "Saxa's teacher, Yan's student?" The attacker said in a deep voice. "Then let me see how much you've learned from him. I'll break your 8 trigrams rune." Amplification, 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 strengthen. Black Dragon King's claw instantly let out a series of roars. At this moment, the sneak attacker's aura started to cover his entire body like a flowing fire. He grabbed his right hand with his left hand and opened his right hand. Suddenly, a green-black light wave was shot out. Boom! The huge explosion turned into a sound wave and spread out instantly. The glass of the whole kindergarten building was broken. However, the terrible light wave didn't disperse at this time. Instead, it was kneaded by Officer Luo's hands like dough. In the end, Officer Luo flicked the light wave in his hand into the sky. The light ball shot into the clouds and disappeared. "You're a level 5 surpasser," the attacker exclaimed in disbelief. "For now," little Luo said casually, "then please go back to the Fiery Cloud General Headquarters with us." With that, little Luo took a step forward and moved like a swimming dragon. "Surmatu!" Zero exclaimed again. Swimming dragon body was one of Yi Yan's signature moves. Good heavens! This little Luo must be old Ye's illegitimate child. He even passed on his trump card? A stage 5 surpasser against a stage 4 ambusher with a strange forbidden artifact. This should have been a fierce battle, but it didn't seem to be the case. However, what happened in the underground boxing arena happened again in front of Surmatu. Zero. Last time, little Luo smashed Sengkuin with one punch. This time, little Luo used the swimming dragon body and slapped the attacker away. That terrifying Black Dragon King's claw was also slapped back, directly retracting into the ambusher's arms. "Surmatu!" Zero gasped and exclaimed, "What a guy!" In the distance, the ambusher who had been sent flying staggered to his feet. Suddenly, he clutched his chest. Traces of blood flowed out from his mouthless face. It was clear that he was severely injured. The ambusher pretended to summon the Black Dragon King's claw again. Without another word, he turned around and rushed out of the kindergarten. "Don't let him escape." Surmatu! Zero hurriedly chased after him, but he had lost sight of the attacker. The street was full of frightened pedestrians. After all, it was a battle between level 4 and above, and the destruction was huge. If little Luo didn't deflect the attack of the Black Dragon King's claw into the sky, it would have caused great chaos. "Little Luo, why didn't you chase after him?" Surmatu! Zero turned around and saw little Luo walking towards him slowly. "I let him go." Little Luo said in a low voice, "I put the tracker on him when I left the headquarters this morning." "Really?" "Surmatu!" Zero patted his head. "That guy is injured and will definitely go back to his nest." "I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine," little Luo said indifferently. "What medicine?" "The tracker is in the car," little Luo said. "Officer Ma, let's get in the car and see where he went." Surmatu! Zero nodded and waved his hand. "Good guy. You don't have to call me officer anymore. You're old Ye's F** King student, so you can call me uncle. Old Yi and I grew up wearing the same underwear." Little Luo nodded. Yi Yan and old Ma were the same age. so he didn't care too much. After all, this was another subworld. Uncle Ma. Hey, good boy. Limitless City? Di Qinglong's car stopped in front of a huge area. In front of him was like a huge stone jungle. This was once the largest unfinished project in Huiyun City. Fiery Cloud once said that everything can be found in Limitless City. Shimin-Ka closed the car door and looked up at the huge city, chuckling, "There are the best and worst talisman makers in Fiery Cloud City. I don't want to go in," Di Qinglong said coldly. Shimin-Ka squinted. "Why? I thought you should be familiar with Limitless City." Di Qinglong said expressionlessly, "What do you want to say?" Shimin-Ka shrugged his shoulders and said, "I have investigated you, and you suddenly disappeared for a few years. You know, in Huiyun City, it is impossible for a person to disappear for a few years. There must be no trace of you, unless this person stayed in Limitless City all the time." Di Qinglong laughed. "Funny, can I go out for a trip?" Shimin-Ka said indifferently, "There is no record of your entry at the immigration office. If you just go out for a trip, you don't have to sneak in, do you?" Di Qinglong shrugged, looked at Shimin-Ka indifferently, and then walked straight to an entrance in the lower area of Limitless City. "Give me a hand, please. My ribs haven't completely healed yet." Fiery Cloud City, Civil Affairs Bureau. A dazzling flying motorcycle directly landed on the roof of the Civil Affairs Bureau's building. Everyone in the building couldn't help but shiver in an instant. After a while, the door of the office of the Director of Civil Affairs Bureau was suddenly kicked open, and the door fell down directly. The Director of Civil Affairs Bureau, who was working conscientiously, suddenly became angry and said angrily, "Who is so bold to—" "Miss Red Boy, why are you here?" Red Boy, who was wearing a tight leather suit, walked to the front of the Director of Civil Affairs Bureau, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She put her helmet on the table and said, "Help me investigate a person, Gao Tsuelan from Tsuehua Town. She should have given birth in Fiery Cloud City. It's mainly about the children. I want to know how many children she has. I'll give you half an hour." The Director of Civil Affairs Bureau was stunned, but he quickly wrote down the name and then asked tentatively, "Miss Red Boy, how is this Gao Tsuelan related to you?" "1 minute," Red Boy said indifferently. Yes, I'll do it right away. Please wait here. Wait a moment." The Director of Civil Affairs Bureau wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly ran out of the office. After a while, the entire building started to work crazily. They began to investigate the information of a pregnant woman who had appeared in Fiery Cloud City 30 years ago. In fact, it was more convenient to go to Fiery Cloud General Headquarters to look for information. However, she had burned down most of Fiery Cloud General Headquarters not long ago, so she felt a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, Red Boy found that she hadn't contacted the investigation team for a day, and she didn't know what progress Mahout had made. Red Boy picked up the phone and called Officer Ma. "What? Who asked you to investigate another case? Do you want to be suspended?"